block. Stay from arena, we blow up the top. DeAndre 12, he just like a cop. Lockdown D, get it still in the block. Swooping in just like a hawk. Train just lean on the big in the bar. Swooping in just like a hawk. Train just lean on the big in the bar. Yeah. Swooping in just like a hawk, train drilling on a pick in the park. Yeah, swooping in just like a hawk, train drilling on a peak in the park. And one baby that's far from a flop. Stay from arena, we blow up the top. DeAndre 12, he just like a cop. Lockdown D, get it still in the block. Vic got that vision, he passing the rock. Trey put from 30 with 12 on the clock. I hope your best player got really good handles, why? Cause he might get swiped by Daniel's eye. Told him don't leave both get open wide. Cause he jump away like an ocean, yeah. Jailing on the fat break, scaring down. But you can't leave open garrison. Just like a hawk, train Jalen on the peak in the park. And one baby that's far from a flop. Stay from arena, we blow up the top. DeAndre 12, he just like a cop. Lockdown D, get it still in the block. Swooping in just like a hawk, train Jalen on the peak in the park. Swooping in just like a hawk, train Jalen on the peak in the park. For that, all that poppin' like you tough, we ain't going for that. Nigga talking about taking, we ain't going for that. Nigga better play it cool, cause we ain't going for that. Cause we ain't going for that. Cause we ain't going for that. No, we ain't going for that. No, we ain't going for that. I gotta put on the black, let's put on the black. So be cool, yeah, chill, yeah, tell them calm down. What I'm doing now, we be running up, get money now. Yeah, run the town, hottest niggas never knew that the chopper, nigga, we gon' shoot. It be money, I be rolling dice, I be taking chances. What I'm doing, I be motherfucking getting them to them benches. Niggas knowing, open bag, shout it, all this shit be stinking. All this motherfucking money, you ain't think that I was banking, you ain't think that I had them franking. I was drinking medication, nigga feeling like a patient. I was wasted, ayy, flowing, getting wasted. Every time we woke up, we had them bitches in rotation. All that back and forth, no, we ain't going for that. All that poppin' like you tough, we ain't going for that. Nigga talking about taking, we ain't going for that. Nigga better play it cool, cause we ain't going for that. Cause we ain't going for that. Cause we ain't going for that. No, we ain't going for that. No, we ain't going for that. I got walk and I got ass, just a walking pharmacy. Shit ain't gon' lie, I'm getting that money, it ain't really hard.
Notice Landry Fields and them. They talked about everything except winning fucking games. Never talked about winning.
Ain't never falling off. I keep the racks now. I'm ballin' like the Hawk. Racks in the pack now. Shit, they yelling touchdown. Shit, I'm still ballin' on them. Yeah, still ballin' on them. Yeah, still ballin' on them. Ain't never falling off. I keep the racks now. I'm ballin' like a Hawk. Racks in the pack now. Shit, they yelling touchdown. Shit, I'm still ballin' on them. Yeah, still ballin' on them. Yeah, still ballin' on them. Did the dash, stand in the bitch, didn't crash. Molly on him, then his ass. Real bad bitch, did the perky dance. Fell in out,
family. What's good? My Atlanta Hawk, my true to Atlanta family. What is really good? What's really good? Hey, listen. Hey, salute. Let me get the salutes going on real quick, man. Salute to the homeboy Allen up in Dallas. I was just in Dallas. Hey, yo, Allen, I'll be in Dallas. I'll be in Dallas this weekend, probably. Let me get my salutes real quick to the gang. You know what I'm saying? To the gang. Because I'm feeling real, bro. Let me tell y'all something, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I'm fresh from the garage. I was only in there for 5 minutes, though. I was only in there for 5. I came home, got out my work clothes, my little work outfit, put on my little relaxing stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I had to go in the garage for a conversation. You feel me? For a conversation. And listen, man, listen. I'm gonna keep it. Y'all know me. Y'all know I'ma always keep it a buck. You know, I always give credit when credit is due. Salute to everybody who tapped in. Who tapped in with your boy, man? Salute my guy Allen in the building, Dwayne in the building, 3 and D, Chris Wade, Carl, G, Darian, Brave Atlanta Falcon fan, Raheem, Craig, Doug, Georgia Boyne, D-Mac, Starks. Who in the building, man? John D, my guy Southside, Carson back in the building, 256. Ezra back in the building. Joe, what's good? Send it in the building. What's good? Who am I missing? Ray Wop in the building. Virgo in the building. Who am I missing so I get my shout out? Salute. I'm feeling real good today. Hating ass Linda in the building. Salute. You know, Archie in the building. Salute. And Ashley in the building. Salute. You feel me? I'm feeling good today. If y'all don't know, that's a song by Larry June. I'm feeling good today. Salute to the homeboy Oscar in the building. Stephen in the building. Salute to everybody who tapped in. Listen, gang. Listen. Hey, I've been telling people this, man. I've been telling people one thing. If it's one thing we all know as not even Hawks fans, okay? ATL Dev in the building. Finisher in the building. What we do know as sports fans, okay, is as a coach, general manager, you get judged, okay, by results, wins and losses. That's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. That's the only thing. None of this other stuff matters. No one cares what school he went to. What Matt be telling me. Well, Damon, he's a Stanford. He went to Stanford. He's a brilliant. No one care about your brilliant mind if we losing games. Okay? No one cares about what school you went to and you ain't making the playoffs. You'd have missed the playoff 2 years in a row, and you thought your job was safe? Landry Fields, Quinn Snyder, you think your job's safe? You're not performing. They pay you to get results. And you're not getting them done. I hate to say it. Listen, the Atlanta Hawks, okay? The Atlanta Hawks were 30th in attendance this year. 30th. You know, in this chat every night, it's always some season ticket holders in this chat, right? And you know what they be doing? They be hitting me up. They be like, Damon, I ain't even going to this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Why would you want to spend your hard-earned money and your precious time that you could never get back to go watch a substandard product? 36 wins. Nobody want to see that. Listen, Trae Young with the logo threes, that was cool, right? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that was cool. Now we want the ticket prices is up. The wins need to be up. Point blank. I want to see a winner. I want to see a winner. When I go down there to San Antonio, I don't drive 2 hours to go watch Mo Gay. Okay? I'll watch Mo Gay from home. I don't drive 2 hours down there or drive 2.5 hours north of Dallas, okay, to look at, no offense, to look at Zachary Ricochet. No offense to my number 1 overall pick, but I'm not paying. I don't want to see them dudes. I want to see the Atlanta Hawks go and win. That's what I want to see. Wins. And Landry was not getting it done. Point blank, period. And what did I tell y'all the other night? I said right here on this show, I said right here on this show, okay? I tell you right here on this show, and I need to stop being lazy, and I need to start clipping the stuff I be saying. Listen, okay? Them billionaires don't like their product on the floor losing. You think when Tony Russell go to the games, right? You know what he be doing at the games? Looking at attendance. Why is it so many? The past couple home games, he probably was in there like, what's going on? Where's everybody at? I thought there was an event going on. I thought it was an event going on. It'd be so empty in there sometimes. He don't listen. He may not know basketball, but let me tell you something. He know winning. What do I mean by that? Bro, you don't become a billionaire and you're listen, you don't become a billionaire and you don't know how to get results. You don't know how to get shit done. You don't become no billionaire because you nice. To become a billionaire, you got to be cutthroat. You got to be results driven to come from nothing to get to that billionaire status. Even if you get it through pro sports, sooner or later, you're going to shift to that business side. You're going to shift to that business side, and it's going to change your whole outlook on stuff. You're just going to start looking at everything as a business. You're going to look at everything financially. You think Tony Wrestler, right? Probably, you think he like losing money? He don't want to lose no money. Oh, I wish I could see the season ticket numbers. I bet the season ticket numbers was low this year. I put money on it. I put money on it that the season tickets was low this year compared to other years. You know why? Because listen, as an Atlanta Hawk fan, okay, if you're an Atlanta Hawk fan and you and you 40 years old, you 30 years old, you know what? You know what? You tired of the excuses. You tired of the rebuilding, the retooling. Let's wait. We got to try this. We got to do that. It never works out for us. Y'all really thought Tony Russell was going to sit here and wait another 2 to 3 years for Zachary Ricochet? Hell, Mo Gay? And that still don't really guarantee you nothing. Hell no. Hell no, he won't go sit there and wait more. He owned it. Now, don't get me wrong. He one of the main reasons we in this situation right now, him and his son. They some of the main reasons why we in this situation that we in, right? But bro, hey, listen. Tony, listen. He couldn't be around me. You feel me? He couldn't be around me. Because if I was a billionaire hanging with Tony Russell, you know what I'd be? Listen, I believe them owners be talking trash about them teams. I know they be talking to Tony Russell like, bro, your ass, you ain't finna win shit down there, Tony. Tony, why you buy that team, Tony? You're not going to win down there, Tony. You should have went and bought the Clippers before Steve did. Bro, let me tell you something, man. Here's my theory. I'm going to read y'all my theory, right? I'm going to tell y'all my theory. And then I'm going to drop the link because I want to hear what my fellow Hawk fans got to say. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear from fellow Hawk fans. What's your perspective on the move made today? That's what I want to hear. But let me tell you something. I believe Landry Fields, and I said a little bit of it. I said a little bit of it in that space today. Shout out to the homeboy Matt and everybody who tapped in on that space. Landry Fields, right? I'm gonna tell you something, and I said it in there. If Jalen Johnson never gets hurt, right? If he doesn't get hurt, Landry Fields never get fired because we probably would make the playoffs. Even though I was a play hard, get better guy, from what I saw, and if Quinn didn't change nothing, like switching O to the start, if he just kept everything the same, I believe we could have made the playoffs. I see how people could see that. We was 21-19 when Jalen went down, right? So if we stayed on that same path, and we finished 2 games over 500, does that get us a 6 seed? I don't know. I ain't looking at the thing, but that will get us a 6 seed. I would think off the top of my head. I'm not looking at the records right now. So Landry Fields would never. He never gets fired. Landry Fields also didn't help himself or help Quinn, right? That's why y'all hear me say I don't believe Quinn Snyder and Landry Fields was on the same sheet of music as far as what they wanted to accomplish this year. I believe the coach was trying to win the games, right? Now, I sit here and I talk trash about Quinn Snyder, right? But I always give credit. And I never, ever question when people want to add context when I be talking trash about Quinn, right? Because I know we ain't that good, okay? I know Mo G is a G leaguer, and I'm a Mo G fan. I know that. I know we out there running with, some Jags, basically. I know that. I know, and you're running with a fresh rookie. I know that, right? But here's the thing that I can't get out of my head, and maybe somebody can help me out. What I can't get out of my head is this. When Jalen Johnson goes down, right? It's at 83%. Hey, when Jalen Johnson goes down, okay, chat, listen to me. If you are the GM and you are trying to win, right? You're trying to win games. You want to make the playoffs. When Jalen Johnson go down and you lose Larry Nance, right? Are you going to try to add somebody to the roster? Are you going to try to get somebody in on the 10-day? Are you going to try and get somebody at the deadline? Because that's what I'm thinking. Why would you not try to get some better talent for the coach? Or was it Tony Russell saying, correct me if I'm wrong. We was like, what, 8 million, 5 million, 8 million-ish from that first tax, the first apron. So you had a little wiggle room, right? So if you know your second best player, whatever you want to call him, you just lost a double-double for the year and a secondary ball handler for the year. And you the GM and you trying to win games, wouldn't you at least try to bring somebody in on the 10-day and be like, hey, listen, Quinn, listen, hold up. Shout out my boy DeMario with the super chat, man. Thank you for that. I got you, my boy. I'm going to drop the link. I need to hear from you. But, if I'm Landry, right, prime example, say it's me and Matt, right, and Matt the coach, and I'm trying to win. Matt want to win. Matt come to me and say, hey, Damon, hey, Jalen going to be down and for I don't know how long. My response would be, okay, let me get the clearance from the doctor. If the doctor tell me he going to be out for the rest of the year, I'm going to get out here and I'm going to see who I can find. It ain't going to be great because it's already middle of the season. We can't add a lot of money. So we're going to see if we can get out here, do some 10 days, see if we can hit on something or whatever. Landry Fields did absolutely nothing to make up 19 points and 10 rebounds. Am I lying? You lost 19 points. Listen, I'm going to tell you what really make it messed up. You know what really makes this messed up if you Quinn Snyder, right? And this is why I keep saying they're not on the same sheet of music. Everybody tells me Mo G is a G leaguer, right? when they tell me that my Moji is a G leaguer, you know what I tell them? Well, I asked them this. Then why is the coach starting him? He's not just playing a G leaguer. He's starting a G leaguer. Then he hit you with the Barlow kid, right? Then he hit you with the Barlow. So if you're Quinn Snyder, what you thinking right there? What do you think? You like? Are you confident in your general manager? Meanwhile, he let old buddy Cody Zeller ride the bench for like 5 months when they should have just bought his ass out. He didn't even help us. Did he even help us facilitate a trade? They should have just paid the man whatever money he needed. It couldn't have been that much. Give him the money, clear the roster spot. You could have bought somebody up here on a 10-day. And maybe you could have hit on one of them or so. But you told Quinn Snyder, you're going to play Moji, you're going to play Barlow. Man, listen. Man, ain't no way, bro. And listen, I'm going to tell y'all something else. This is just another theory. Y'all let me know if I'm crazy, right? How Landry tied himself to Nick Wrestler. And I told Matt this when the day Landry Fields got hired. I told Matt this. I said, Landry Fields is only getting hired because of Nick Wrestler. That's it. That's it. You gonna tell me, and this is what I used to ask people when we hired Landry Fields. I used to ask people this. You telling me you are a billionaire, right? You're a billionaire. So you know business. You hired and fired a lot of people on your way up to billionaire status. You telling me he's gonna hire a guy with 0 on his resume as an NBA executive to run his billion-dollar franchise? Come on, bro. Come on. I was going to say something, but I don't want people to get mad at me. Fuck it. I'm going to say it anyway. Bruh, he had no resume. What NBA front office was Landry Fields part of? And I ain't talking about the G League. What NBA front office was he in? He might have been a scout for an NBA team. Shout out my boy Cujo with the super chat. I just want to know, are we still giving Landry time? Are we still... that's a shot at Matt and Kool-Aid right there. But I'm just saying, man, if you're a billionaire owner, why would you hire a guy to run your billion-dollar franchise with 0 experience? Are you kidding me? Does that make sense to anybody? Hey, I'm gonna tell you, hey, watch this. Hey. You know why they didn't respect him? Landry Fields was the DEI hire, bro. He was a DEI hire, bro. He had no experience. He led 0 front offices. I don't understand, why would you hire this guy? Why? He had nothing. So if I'm quit, like, bro, are we serious? Can anybody find me, bro? Find me an NBA front office he worked in as an executive and not a scout. Can anybody, bro? It make no sense. 0. You gonna hire a guy with no experience to run your billion-dollar organization? Bro, no. Tony, no. You don't become a billionaire by doing stuff like that. He got that job due to Nick Wrestler. In my opinion, I'm just putting two and two together. I don't see a billionaire doing something like that. Yeah, let me hire this guy with 0 experience to run my billion-dollar front office. That's crazy. That is a billion-dollar franchise right now. And you're going to hire a guy with no experience? Come on. But you're going to fire the dude who was man, we always be fucked up. But he fired a dude who came from an organization fresh off a dynasty run. Make it make sense, bro. So he ends up, so in my opinion, I believe that Landry was tied with Nick Wrestler, and they both pushed for that Murray deal. Even though the dude, the real NBA executive, coming fresh from at the time when we got him, what the Warriors had 2 championships at the time, because we got Schlenk when 2017, 2018. So you're not gonna listen to the dude who coming from a championship organization with years of NBA experience as an executive to Landry with 0 experience and your son fresh out of real estate school. Bro, make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense. And then you wonder why our stuff be all jacked up, bro. I believe Landry was like, and I'm not hating on Landry. I believe Landry Fields was really learning on the job. I really believe this was some on-the-job training. I really believe that. But see, this what happens when you do people dirty. Because I believe that Landry and Nick did Travis Schlenk dirty, dog. They did him dirty. What you call it? A coup. They did a coup against Schlenk. They did a coup. He over there listening to his son and not the basketball experts. And Tony Wrestler ain't exempt neither. He the one that gave John Collins the $25 million. He did that. Not Travis. That's crazy, bro. Bro, come on. Out of all the people who could have gave that money to, instead of going out to get a star, he gave it to JC, which is cool if we was using JC like that. But we wasn't using JC like that, in my opinion, to give him $25 million. But what happened is when he gave him that money, a lot of fans looked at JC differently. They looked at him as, okay, you making this money. Because remember, at the time, $25 million was some bread at the NBA. So people was like, oh, so you must be the number 2 guy. Hey, we need to see some production. Oh, because of the wrestlers, man, on that one. That's all on them. That's all on them. But I gotta give my owner credit. He said, you know what? Let me go and right this wrong right now. Let me right this wrong right now. Son, you getting reassigned. Landry, thank you for your service. Leave your key card at the desk. And I heard some people say, well, it was kind of messed up. He let Landry Fields do to the let him do the end of the season press conference. Why? I don't see why I was dirty. I'm sure Landry knew some heat was on him from the owner. Tony Russell didn't just wake up today and fire that dude, bro. He was already thinking about making some moves. Bro. And he probably told him, listen, I'm finna go home. I'm finna sleep on it. I'll let you know tomorrow. That's what he did. Shout out my boy Cujo, man, with the super chat. The homeboy Cujo say, imagine training your replacement. Crazy. That's what they did to Travis Schlenk. They had Travis Schlenk training Nick. He was shadowing Travis at the beginning. They did Travis the same way. That's why Nate McMillan quit. That's what I be trying to tell people, man. Nate McMillan didn't get fired, dog. He quit on the strength of Travis, bro. He quit because he saw what was going on in the background. He knew what was going on. That's why he quit. He didn't get fired. They probably put it out as fired because they was going to give Nate his money, because they're like, could you please just hang on till we find somebody else to coach? And Nate probably like, yeah, but hey, we going to word my stuff like this so I get my bread. Come on, man. Come on. But at least he's starting to see that you need to get the winners in the front office, not inexperienced people. not inexperienced people who don't know what they doing. Because let me tell you something. You can hate Travis Schlenk all you want, okay? You can hate Nate McMillan all you want. But you know what they did while they was here? They got us some results. You ain't been 500 since they left. Tell me I'm lying. You can hate Nate, you can hate the skit, you hate all that. You ain't been 500 since he been gone. Since Travis Schlenk been gone, you ain't been 500. I mean, what I don't understand with some fans is, let me drop the link. My bad. Let me drop the link. Let me hear from the family. Y'all tap in with your boy, man. Y'all know how we do up here, man. This is for any fan of the Hawks. When I drop that link, if you a fan, just follow the link. If you want, just come up here for 10 seconds. Be like, you know what, Damon? I like Landry. Here's why. And then you can leave. We're trying to hear from as many Hawk fans as possible. You feel me? Because we ain't going to be up here long today, fam. We ain't going to be up here long. Y'all know I be lying when I say that. We ain't going to be up here long. But let me hear from the family, man. Let me hear from the family. Because let me tell you like this, man. I'm a results-based fan, right? I'm a results-based fan, okay? That's what all that matters to me. At the end of the day, are we winning or we losing? Because guess what? Guess what? All the other stuff doesn't matter. No one cares if your guy, the defensive, I hate to say it, no one cares if he's the defensive player of the year. No one cares, okay? That's good for him when it's contract time, right? But as for me as a fan, now if he was getting that on top of a deep playoff run, you getting that off a finals appearance, conference, then that's different. It hit different. But I mean, we not winning. That's what matters. And that's what I try to get across to y'all. No one gives a fuck about, the owner don't care about style. Okay? The owner don't care that this dude ain't looking like this with the triple-double layup and all this. He don't care. He looked at that crowd and say, why the hell are we 30th in attendance? He look at Landry and Landry be like, probably because we losing. I'm just saying, how much them tickets cost? How much? What my season ticket holders at? How much them season tickets cost? And I bet you a lot of them season ticket holders didn't go to half the games this year. I put money on it. They didn't go to half them games. Especially once Jalen went out and everybody seen that Landry wasn't going to get anybody new. It is what it is, family. It is what it is. Y'all know who I want for the president? I want, me personally, this just me, and this is what I think wrestlers should do. The president and the GM should be separate, Tony Wrestler. Don't make them the same. No. Get me a president who oversees who? My general manager, who oversees who? The head coach. That's what I don't do that nonsense. He the president and the GM and stop doing that. All right. We promoted. Listen, man. I think the OC guy, honestly, I think he just running it day to day for now. Because let me tell you something, gang. If I'm your president, if I'm the president of the Atlanta Hawks, Damon Thomas Esquire, president of the Atlanta Hawks, you know what? I'm hiring my own coach, bro. Okay? I'm not going down with somebody you got. That ain't gonna happen. Let's holler at the homeboy Juan, man. What's good, Juan?
Hey, this is a much needed change, man. I don't know why Hawks fans ain't screaming hallelujah. We needed change, man. We needed change. Everybody talking about Landry did a good job. Hell no. They must have forgot that Kobe Buffkin was included in the trade for Pascal Siakam, who is a major impact player for Indiana Pacers. And right now, they in the playoffs. That's just one example. We losing Clint Capella for nothing. Didn't play the
one. And I think Indiana was a 50-win team this year. If I'm not
50-win team back-to-back seasons. All right, we finna lose Clint Capella for nothing. Set him out for personal family reasons for 3 straight weeks when he was healthy, only to not trade him. That's just another example. You know what I mean? I can go on and on, man. But the Hawks, we needed a change, man. You know what's finna piss me off right now, Damon? That trade for Dejounte Murray is finna come back and bite us in the ass. Hear me out, Hawks fans. The Spurs already got an alien who won Rookie of the Year. Stephon Castle is about to win Rookie of the Year again, for them again. That's back-to-back Rookie of the Years. They finna pick between 5th and 8th off our pick this year when the balls pause, when the lottery balls fall down or whatnot. So they already gonna have their core. Their three-man core they're gonna build around in 3 straight years, and one of those is based off of our draft picks, man, that we could have had because we traded Dejounte Murray and had him here for 2 years. Like, we just make consistent dumb moves in the Atlanta Hawks organization, and I totally agree with what you said when Jalen went down with 20 and 10 and 5 assists. Who do we bring in if playoffs was the goal to replace those numbers?
You brought in Dominic Barlow
and Moji, and you brought in Vic Krejci and Garrison Matthews. They was already here, but you get what I'm saying, man. Dyson Daniels had a great year. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a personal achievement when you say you went Defensive Player of the Year, but nobody cares. Did you get to the playoffs? Are you in the playoffs? Are you a championship threatening team? No, you're not. And when we traded Dejounte Murray before Dyson Daniels, had the year that he had, we didn't replace his 22 points a game. You know what I mean? We got rid of what's his name that played small, Sadiq Bey. You know what I mean? He was terrible defensively. We know that. Terrible 3-point shooter. You know what I mean? But you lost him too. So you lost essentially almost 40 points a game, and you didn't replace him in the offseason, man. And we've been tricking off moves for the last couple of years. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the NBA malpractice that we commit against this organization. Just like you said, wrestler brought in Landry to run his $1 billion organization with no on-the-job training, and this is the results that you get, man. We're a laughing stock, man. We are a laughing stock of the NBA, dog. And I'm tired of being a laughing stock, bro. Like, get somebody in here who knows what the hell they doing. And before I pass on to the next person, Damon, I have no inkling of this happening, all right? But I can guarantee you the Hawks are going to try to make a big splash move to try to get people back in seats and to try to correct what they did over the last couple of years, man. I can totally see that happening with the new GM coming in. And I also heard or read that there's 1 or 2 rumors going out right now from some NBA analysts or NBA general managers that when it was time to do trades, Landry was a laughing stock. Like, they laughed at him when it was time for negotiations on the table. And that's why they brought that dude, I can't even say his name, Sane or whatever the hell his name is. Yeah. They brought him in to oversee the trades that we did for this past trade deadline, because Landry was considered a goofball, man, and he didn't have no idea what he was doing. That's from 2 sources. I try to find them and send them to you. But yeah, man, like, it's just NBA malpractice. Go ahead.
That's like what Tony Wrestler did, and I said at the beginning. That's like the president, Donald Trump, going to get Kool-Aid to be the Secretary of Defense.
Yep.
Zero fucking experience.
Zero experience.
And that's what I say, Juan. I never seen. I messed up. I called a man a DI hire, Juan. The dude, zero experience.
Damon, I totally agree, man.
Off the top of your head, Juan, name your NBA front office Landry Fields worked for as an executive.
Zero. That's easy.
And now a billionaire is gonna say, "I want you to run my $1 billion franchise." Is it what? Bro, I told you he only got that gig on the strength of Nick freaking Wrestler, bro, and that's why Nick Wrestler was removed from his position.
Yeah, Damon, and before you pass on the next person, man, like we all knew that something had to happen, man. We couldn't keep going, and we couldn't keep going in this every season being a play-in team. Dude, we have the most play-in appearances since it was started. We've been playing every year. Who the fuck want to keep playing every single year, man, with no hopes of making the championship?
And we're the first team in the plan to let the 10 seed win.
Yep, exactly. It's ridiculous, man.
All right, well, let me move up, man. Got the homeboy C1 in the building, man. What's good, C?
Oh man, I feel we went into that Twitter space that Matt hosted, and I said it. I wasn't the biggest Landry fan, but this is kind of shocking. Like, I don't know really what to make of it, because it's like the brother just did a press conference, like, and then you get rid of him. Like, to me, it's just insane. I mean, I don't know.
Go ahead. That's my son talking. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. I don't know what this means. I mean, it seems like to me, like I said, there's going to be like a big move coming. I just pray it ain't one of those moves where it's like Dejounte Murray all over again, where we're so desperate for a star, we overpay for him, and we mortgage our whole future because we desperately want to put butts in the seats.
No,
like,
you want to win games.
I know I want to win games, but I don't
win games.
Purgatory
win
like
games.
we were before. We
win
so
games.
Out of it.
Win games. Put butts in seats. You got that's so. Don't say win games. That's why people gonna pay that money. They're not gonna pay their money to see you.
But what if it don't work? What if it don't work? Like
then guess what?
I don't want to talk about getting.
Then
Zion
you reset it. But this is your problem. Your heads, bro. This freaking Dejounte Murray trade, bro. That Murray trade, and I told people this from day one. It's the worst trade in Atlanta Hawk history. It still affects us right now, and we still got 2 more years. Guess what? You can't even rebuild properly. Guess what? If we didn't trade for Murray and we had our pick this year, you know what we'd be doing right now?
Rebuilding.
Celebrating.
Thinking
we in the Cooper, what's the kid name? The Cooper Flag lottery. We be up in here, man. We got to do a draft Cooper Flag. We don't.
Not only that, we would have had three draft picks.
You don't have your own picks, right? Bruh, your only option to put people in the seats, your only option to win games. Yes, my son. But which one got the whipped cream? Let me get the strawberry. Okay. No, you want the strawberry? Okay. My bad, y'all. My bad.
Nah, hey, man. Father business always comes first.
Yeah. But check it. You can't tank and rebuild. The only option you got to put people in seats now, because he wants seats next season, you got to go in free agency. It's 2 ways. You either gonna trade for him or get him in get him in free agency and spend big money. Spend big money or give up young talent. You got to do one of them. And you and with this Murray, I'm telling you, it's the worst trade in Atlanta Hawks history.
Handicapped us bad.
You just now conveying the first pick that you owe them. And then they get the
pick swap next year.
Then our first year after.
And they get the pick again after that.
You can't even rebuild. For real. So you need to go out in free agent. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, you're gonna give up some of these young guys.
Bro, I understand that. I just don't want us to give up everybody in picks to try to get a star. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something. What I know you're a Christian man, so you ain't out there at the dice game, right? No. But when I'm out there shooting dice, okay. When I'm out there shooting dice, you know what number one saying is around my way? Scared money don't make money. You can't be scary, bro.
I'm not scary.
You take calculated.
You gotta use discernment, bro. You can't do this without wisdom. We gotta be wise about it.
You take calculated risk.
I understand that. You're right.
There you go. I mean, how long do you really think the owner was gonna sit here? See, Wonder, we was 30th in attendance.
I do that. Here's the thing.
Do you think the owner was gonna sit here?
This is Tony's fault.
Do you think the owner gonna sit here and wait for Zachary Richardson to turn into anything? You think he's waiting on Mo G?
No, but
another angle for somebody like you, Trae Young, up for an extension.
Yeah.
You think you know what? I'm gonna sign on the dollar line so I can play another year with Richardson and Mo G. Hell
well,
no.
hold up. Trey's already said that he's fine with that. He said that multiple times.
What did Landry say yesterday?
Landry said that he was going to be fine with it too. They said that Trey's been an instrumental part to helping the development. He's looking forward to doing it next year.
What did Landry say about Quinn Snyder?
He said that he's going to stay here.
Okay. Who ain't here today?
Landry,
who's unemployed?
Fair. You fair. You got it. You got
words don't mean nothing, bro. You know that?
You got it right.
You know that?
You're right. I'm just saying Trey has said it multiple times. I mean, if he really wanted to say it, he could have flexed and said, I need help. I'm just saying, like, if Trey really wanted to put his foot
I'm gonna ask you this. Why? Because some of y'all don't be catching on. Let me ask you this. Name me a time, and anybody in the chat, name me a time you heard a general manager, okay? Name me one time you heard a general manager say, my front office, we make decisions as a collective. I ain't never heard it.
Yeah, that's true. I've never heard that. I ain't
never heard the general manager say, me and my homeboy, we talk and then we come up. I ain't never heard it.
True.
Never heard it.
True.
Come on, man. Why you think people was laughing at him? Come on, man?
I already knew. Listen, I already knew that Landry was a laughing stock because guess what? He didn't do anything last year. They had to get him help this year to do it.
Now, I will say this before I move on. I will say this in Landry Fields' defense. No, you know what? I'm not gonna say it because he got the job on some
he did some real Judas stuff.
On some backdoor Judas. He looking Landry right in the face. I mean, excuse me. He Landry looking Travis right in the face. You know what Travis told him? See, Wanda, thou will betray me. That's what he told him. He pointed at him. He said, thou will betray me. And he did it.
My thing is, I've never, that's one thing about Landry, I'll never respect the way he did that. And it's funny, the way he got the job is the way he basically lost it.
There you go. My boy C. Wonder, man. What's gone? Landry gone.
Landry gone.
Talk to me.
All right. One said a whole lot of stuff that I'm gonna echo. Namely, and I'm gonna start back a little bit further. Last year, we couldn't do anything with that JC exception. I think that's when we started losing confidence in Landry because right after that, we brought in C-Lock. The word is out that our front office was goofy, and they looked at Landry as being a goofball, and they brought in C-Law, and what the man on the radio said was he was the adult in the room, C-Law. And mainly, he got this deal at the deadline done, the C-Law. So you got a guy who's in the front office, who is the assistant GM, quote unquote, who's getting all the deals done. And you're coming up to the end of the year. And maybe that interview yesterday, you might have heard Landry say, well, we're still talking about development. And like you said, the seats are not filled. Like you said, it's big investment. Like you said, you haven't done well on everything that you're supposed to do. So wrestler just pulled the plug. Now, what it tells me is that it's possible to have a trade on the way. Big trades are coming. It tells me that the new president of basketball operations is going to come in, and he'll probably get to set his own table.
As he should.
Because don't have me come in and work with somebody else's mess.
Yeah, it's a reason why the other guy's not here.
Exactly. And it's a reason why they got rid of Nick. I hate to use the word got rid of Nick because it's going to be his team one day, but it's a reason why they got him out of that chair. Now, I suppose that when the president of basketball operations job was open the first time, they went looking, couldn't find anybody, and they just handed the job to Nick. Well, I don't think that they could find anybody because nobody wanted to come in and inherit Landry and Nick. So now they've cleaned the house. We're getting a new start. And to be honest, I don't think a whole lot of people are safe, but I think that one thing that's going to happen is we're looking to, as Juan said, make a big splash. I think it's going to be a trade because the thing is, if we were going to continue the development path, if we were going to go into the draft and just draft players and then allow the contracts to run over, we could have kept Landry for that because he never drafted bad. Well, he did draft Kobe and AJ, but we could have kept Landry for that. I think that we got rid of Landry mainly because they didn't have confidence in him going into this offseason when we got all of this money available. And when we got all of these players, these young players that could possibly be moved for a star player. And then as the owner, you hear this guy talking about, we're going to continue on the development track.
Yeah.
A big move can be made.
Yeah. Of course he's going to tell you that. Because he know we not good. He know that.
Yeah, he know he couldn't.
Yeah, he knows there's nothing he can do. We don't have our pick, which if we had our pick, if we had our pick, this changes everything. But listen, Landry Fields, man, I never seen a GM get hired and then go get 2 more GMs hired to help him. I ain't never seen that. I ain't never seen it. Because they hired, you got Buddy who in charge right now. Onsi, is that how you say his name?
I get to call him C-Lock, but
yeah, C-Lock. But guess what? Don't forget, remember, was the beginning of this year or late last year? We hired the dude from he used to be from the Spurs, Chris something. I think his name was Chris. Yeah, we hired him, but he had turned us down the first time. So
yeah.
We asked him again, then he came.
Yeah,
I ain't never seen a GM need 2 GMs to help him.
And not to mention that, but wasn't it Kyle Korver that was really behind hiring Quinn and not?
Yeah, he the one that went to Tony Ressler and convinced Ressler. See, that's the problem. He need to hire a president, and then he need to be gone and say, all y'all report to this guy.
Exactly.
And your president is the smartest dude in the room. He know basketball. He don't have to be the actual. He's not the actual team builder. He just knows basketball. Your GM is the team builder. You just need somebody who know basketball, but most importantly, got the connections around the league, because you know it's a give and take league with agents, with other GMs. It's relationships that help you get certain deals done. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have that with a guy with when your GM and that whatever Nick Russell was with 0 experience.
None.
They could have just hired me. They could have just put me and you back there.
Hey, we've done a good job though.
Yeah, we would still be employed, winning games.
Hey, but here's the thing though. The other thing is, you know, it's serious about the president of basketball operations because we've hired a firm to go out and find a sports firm to go out and find the next president of basketball operations. So we're real serious about this, and hopefully we're going to get a real good basketball guy. I've heard names like Elton Brand being bounded about, but we'll see who comes about.
Yeah, that's the homeboy Marion, man. Let's go to the homeboy Doug, man. What's good, Doug? My guy.
What's good, man?
It's a celebration, dog. I'll be in the garage later on.
Man, you be having me dead on X, man. I be laughing. I be dead on that, bro.
I be trying to have fun up there, man. I just be up there trying to have some fun.
That man said, hey, man, leave your key card at the desk before you leave.
Thank you for Dyson, Landry. Thank you for Zach. Leave your key card at the desk on your way out.
Thank
please.
you for your services.
We changing them key codes as soon as you walk out the door. Remember that video? Remember that football video with the dude with the Jets trying to get it? That's gonna be Landry tomorrow.
But my thing is, I'm happy about it, but I feel like we should just go ahead and fire Quinn too. Like, we should just go ahead and just. I feel like everything need to be new. Like, everybody need to have the same relationship from the top to bottom, from head coach all the way to the top. And I feel like Quinn, I feel like it put more pressure on him to have to produce.
You're right, because usually your president hires the GM. Right. Then the GM hires the coach.
The coach, exactly.
Because the GM is usually tied with the coach, because usually if the coach don't win, him and the GM go. But like you said, what's crazy is you're the president, but you already have a head coach. That's crazy. If I'm the president and I'm interviewing for the job, what I need to know is I need to talk to Quinn. We're going to have a discussion about how we're going to run some stuff like on the floor. But I need to make sure with the owner, I need to make sure I can fire this guy.
Right.
When I feel it needs to be done. I don't need you, Tony Ressler, to tell me who not to fire, because that's my job. That's why you hire me.
Especially when I couldn't pick my guy.
Right.
I got hired. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you mean.
Right,
so, yeah,
right.
that's the only thing that's on my mind about this shit.
Yeah. And then I also said on the I also said on X, we gonna make some big moves this offseason because guess what? I know you don't like Trey, but the owner like Trey.
Now I don't got a problem with Trey. I'm me and Trey good, man. Because I went back and thought about what you was saying, and Matt was saying too. Like, we don't got nobody else, literally. You feel me? And Trey got his, you know what I'm saying, his deficiencies on what he can't do. But the motherfucker can put the ball in the basket. He can create offense. That shit is a given.
So let me word it like this: if you are the ownership and you like Trey Young as a player, right? You think you can win with Trey Young. You have to get him some real help this offseason.
Absolutely.
Because are you going to extend him or no? You know what I'm saying? If you're the owner, you need to be already knowing this stuff. So if your thought is to extend him, if you leaning towards extending him right now, you need to make sure you got some guys that can win next season.
No.
But if you don't feel that Trey Young is worth the 200 million, whatever they say 250, 200 million, then because that pivots what you need to be doing in.
Because my next question is, okay, so if whichever way we go, if we extend them, is there anybody out there that we can realistically get to pair him up with that we can make a quick change, or is this a 2-year window? What's the plan? You can trade for KD. I'm just throwing some names out there, not saying what I would do, but you have KD, the Suns dangling him out there. But I think this year you don't really have the assets.
You don't, not even assets. I mean, I don't think there's no free agents available. That's gonna be free agents. That's gonna take us like to where we up here talking about. Dude, we might be going to the finals. You know what I'm saying? We might have some guys that take us from 40 wins to like 46, 47 wins, you know. But
that's all right though, in the position we in. We gotta crawl before we walk.
Yeah. I mean, we'll be once we get this president, then we can kind of see how we gonna look. Yeah, we're gonna see, get the president. He get the GM, see what he do with Quinn, or maybe they make him the president and the GM. I hope he don't, but you know.
So what you're telling me is technically I can't get too happy until they find the right guy to be the president.
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, you still taking them. It's still a risk.
Yeah.
No, you know, even with the best players, it's still a risk you don't win. You know, but the best players give you the better chance to win. You know what I'm saying? I feel way more confident with a 36-year-old KD than I do with Zachary Richardson when it comes to winning.
Yeah, he's been there. Yeah, definitely.
When it comes to winning right now, I ain't talking 5 years. I'm talking about like today. You know what I'm saying?
So you saying now you'll give up Zach for KD?
No, I wouldn't.
So if we had to trade, so Jalen Johnson gone. We just gonna go ahead and just.
Only way I would move Jalen is for. I mean, he in a package with somebody like a Giannis.
Yeah, or Ant-Man.
Yeah, but Ant-Man ain't available. They ain't never trading him unless he asks for a trade. He ain't never getting traded. But it don't mean you don't put yourself financially able to get him.
Right. If the opportunity presents itself.
Right. So what you do is, if Ant-Man is a target, you look how many years he got left. Oh, he got 2. So you set your books up to where in that 2 year, all that money fall off and you got that cap space to go make an offer. And then, you know, while you're doing that over the season, you got somebody hitting them up on the phone, sending them a couple of them hoes over there. You know, he like them Instagram hoes. And
he love them. He love them.
Send a couple of them hoes over there for him. You know what I'm saying?
He's from Atlanta, so shit. Hey.
Yeah, I send a couple of them ladies he like over there, and the first words out their mouth, I'm a gift from Tony Wrestler. Boom.
Send him some JJs, some
whatever he needs.
He gonna be all right. He gonna come back.
You know what I'm saying? Whatever he needs. But like, I don't think it's I don't think it's nobody this all season that's available in the free agency. I gotta double check though. We're gonna do a show on that though, Doug. Let's move on to the homeboy John. Let's move on to what up, John? It's a celebration, baby.
When I tell you that a duck can pull a truck, shut the fuck up, hook the duck up to the truck, and wish him luck. I told you guys when they hired these people, because I remember the show. It was me, you, Matt. Who else was on there? The analyst.
Mm-hmm.
That these were the biggest. Landry Fields and Nick Russell were the biggest jokes in town. They didn't have to say that they were going to be here all week. They were going to be here for 2 years.
Facts.
Everything that has transpired now is the end of a hellish experiment.
Facts.
And I'm sorry, but you know, no, I'm not, sir. You know what, Demond?
What's up?
Hawks executives watch this broadcast because Friday night I asked the question: could you stand 3 years of these people being in charge of rebuilding this franchise? Could you trust that these people knew what to do with $40 million of cap space? I just asked the question. Now, you know, there were a couple of people, yeah, well, I can wait. No, they can't wait. They cannot wait.
His job was up once he traded Dejounte Murray, it was just a matter of time. Because like I said, the Murray trade, right, John, has us in the position that we are in now. That's why we can't really do nothing. Because you know what, John? If we never do that Murray trade and we have our pick this year, you know what? The day we get kicked out of that play-in, you know what we would have been doing? Celebrating. Looking at our odds, trying to get Cooper Flagg, trying to get Ace Bailey, one of those young generational boys. Instead, the Spurs got our pick. They looking at add to their guys. And guess what, John? They got our pick swap next year. And then guess what else, John? They got our first-round pick the year after that. So
I told you,
you
remember. Now, it wasn't the Murray trade. It was a Murray acquisition.
That's what I mean when I say Murray. Not when we traded Murray, when we traded for
Murray. Okay. And I say it now, and this is the crazy part about it. The real general manager that you had here said that was too much to give up for that one man.
Right.
He told you. But, you two, you did, and you know I called them the coup-mongers from the very beginning because they went behind that man's back, went up the back steps, went talked to Dad, and Dad said, son, I do it for you, son. I do it for you. Him and Landry Fields, and then next thing you know, you got Landry Fields there. Okay, and you go ahead and do that trade, the stupid trade that you were warned against doing, and look where it got you. Look where it got you.
You don't make it even worse, John. Neither Nick Russell or Landry Fields had any experience in the NBA.
This is what I was telling y'all then. This is what I was saying. I mean,
my mind blown, John, that you like somebody like that's a billionaire would just hire somebody to run $1 billion corporation with zero John, I called it. He was a DI hire, John. DEI.
Well, it was a nepotism hire. It was nepotism, straight from the shoulder.
And I know his son. I know his son convinced him to hire him. I know he did. I know
he can look.
No way you're a billionaire and you do something reckless. To me, that's reckless. I'm a hire. But go ahead, my bad.
Demond, but Demond, this was the thing. You remember the airplane flight that Trae Young was supposed the airplane that Trae Young was supposed to be on.
The private one he took in Miami, yeah.
The private one he took. The one he wasn't supposed to be on with Nick Russell and the rest of them. Okay. And at that particular time, I said that, okay, now his son is trying to learn how to be an NBA executive. All right. What did I say? Send him someplace else. You too close to the team.
You friends with the #1 player on the team.
Yep.
There are going to be some uncomfortable conversations that you're going to have with that young man. But and since you are an owner and a part of management, you're too close and too young to have the intestinal fortitude to be able to separate the two and have that uncomfortable conversation and have that person still respect you as a friend or treat you as a friend. And the thing is, you too young. You're too young. So what you need to do, Dad, if you want him to learn how to be a general manager or an executive, send him to a club that can train him where he has absolutely no ties with anybody because he's still learning. He's still learning.
Well, you know what, John?
It was just ridiculous.
Oh, you know what? Just make him an understudy to Travis Schlenk, but he doesn't really have power, so he can learn the gig if you don't want to send him. But
wasn't that what he was doing? No, wasn't that what he was doing?
Right, yeah, damn, he was. And then
wasn't that what he stabbed a man in the back?
They backdoored Travis.
They stabbed a man in the damn back. That's what did you just say? He was shadowing Travis Schlenk all up until the time, and Matt will tell you, well, Travis wouldn't listen. He just wouldn't listen. Why should he listen to you? You know nothing. You don't know shit.
That sounds so crazy, man. You should listen to Landry. But you be like, he don't even have no experience. Like, what is he gonna tell me?
I mean, and see, the thing was, all right, Landry hitched his wagon to a star. Oh, let me follow the son because the son will help me to do this, and son will help me to do that. All right. So you both went up there to that man's office, and you got some cover and had this 12-inch doggone samurai blade and right in the darn back and ran it up a couple of vertebrae just to make sure it stuck and got him in his heart. Next thing you know, you done ease this man. You just done ease this man on off into a consultant's role, and he eases on out the building and he goes up there to Washington. Okay, now y'all done this, and now you take over. Okay, now that we got that out the way, let's go get what we always wanted to get. Well, they want 3 first-round draft picks. Damn them. Here you go. You know, just like that was nothing. That's what they did. That's what they did to this franchise.
Unprotected at that. That's what's really killing us.
If
they had lottery protections on it, I could stomach if they was lottery protected. But they unprotected. So wherever we end up in the draft this year, like, I hope we finish with, well, we already know it's going to be a lottery pick because we didn't make the playoffs. But
and see that and all of that, the lack of foresight, the lack of knowing what to do, the lack of not having any type of business acumen. You just got the job because you're the daddy's son, or who are you? Well, I'm with him. I'm with the daddy's son here. Yeah. We both big NBA executive now. Okay. What's 2 + 2? 8. Okay, come on in here. You know, and that's how stupid this was. And this falls directly on the dad. You did this to yourself. You did this to yourself. But
let me move on. Boy. We'll be back. What's good, Kool-Aid? The hell Kool-Aid doing? What you sweeping up, Kool-Aid? What you spilled down there? You on mute, Kool-Aid.
Hey, yeah, I'm just here working, man.
Okay.
I was trying to hold on before I leave the office and get on the road. So
okay, go ahead. You got it.
But yeah, I'm gonna try to make it quick, man. I'm gonna take another perspective, man. In a sense.
Oh shit, here we go.
Okay, cause I went on that. I went on the thing where Landry was making all his little comments and after game thing, and I went off on him. And telling them I'm gonna give up my tickets and all that kind of stuff. What in the heck is Hawks DNA? I can't tell.
I saw that comment. That's under the YouTube video on the Hawks, where the Hawks YouTube channel. I seen you up there.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't know what a Hawks DNA is. Somebody tell me what it is, because he said T-Man was a Hawks DNA. I thought we was getting some stretch big 6'4" and T-Man a 6'4" power, 6'4" forward, and he sit there and said T-Man was a Hawks DNA. So I said, I guess the Hawks DNA was just a bunch of pretty boys. I don't know. Maybe it's their character or something. I'm putting that all up, and I don't know what a Hawks DNA is.
That's because he just made it up. It ain't nothing.
So you know, but my perspective is like this, man. It's like I always said, you're gonna win a championship and start with the ownership, then the management get the GM, like you were saying, everything have to follow perspective. But I said the same thing with Travis and Nate. I said Nate was gonna get Travis fired, even though all that stuff was going on in the background. And the only reason I say this is because, in the same thing that happened with Landry and Queen, is because when you have a manager in place and he drafts players, those players have to, at some point in time, become the team. And how only way they're going to become part of the team and play and have the ability to play is that the coach have to play them.
Right.
So from my perspective, from the time Landry got here and his draft picks, with all the guys that just became just G League guys stuck in the G League or never made it up, none of his draft picks stuck to turn into a Hawk. None. Now I'm sure that look, get lucky and make a move on Dyson Daniel thing because he was in a position where he had to make a move with DJ Murray and got lucky. That wasn't no thing that he did just to be done. He just did that just to get lucky. So you know, so when it comes down to it, man, if a manager go get players and the coach don't play those players that the manager draft, or whether he make a move, but the main thing, if he don't get players that is drafted that gonna be able to play, not develop, but be able to play, especially in that first round between, if you're going to go first round, and just like Zach this year, I don't know who was the discussion, what went down between him and Quinn on that first round draft pick, but that was part of showing, for Quinn not playing Zach, made it look like Quinn didn't know what he was doing on getting that #1 draft pick. Because he should have been played like a #1 draft pick. Shoot, Edie started in the playoff over there with Memphis. I mean, you look the dude in over there with San Antonio. He basically the starting five and playing.
Castle.
25 Castle. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got Hollins and Bruce Ellis, and I mean all these guys. Some of these guys are playing. You take out my boy with Miami. They drafted him. Look at him. He the starting center. He playing. It ain't no sitting around waiting for no. Oh, he only count his minutes. You know why he count his minutes? Because your boy Quinn and believe in that. That's what happened. That's what happened when a coach don't believe in the manager players, and they don't win. That means they're showing to the owners and everything. The manager don't know what he's doing about shopping right now. And so Quinn, right now, I hope the managers come up in here, whoever the manager is, who when they do get all this stuff cleaned up, I hope, and I said right now, and that when I said on that thing when I was saying, I told them if they don't if they don't start drafting some mutants, and I said it just like that. So you heard what your boy said with the Knicks. He said Jalen went back. He said, what happened to Jalen Brunson? He said he went to the back and put his cape on. He came out and started and brought that game back. So if the Hawks don't start drafting, if the manager come in here and they can't draft a player that drafted in that first round between the first top 10 and he ain't no starter, that's a bad manager. And then the coach don't plan, that means the manager and the coach don't agree.
Right.
And that's where you get the losing from. So the whole thing came down, and this is what Travis said to me. Travis felt that he had got the right player, but Nate would not play his players. And so the reason I say that, because after 2021, Nate didn't bring none of his players back. Because then Nate had power to replace some of those players. He didn't bring Nathan Knight back. He didn't bring none of them guys back. He didn't bring Chris Dunn back.
Travis Schlenk didn't want Nate to be his coach. He didn't pick Nate.
Exactly. He didn't want to be a coach either. So that's why he waited till the last minute to give him the full contract. He actually really wanted to go out and get a coach. And see, I know we don't agree on all this, but I got the soundbite where Nate McMillan said that he wanted to get DJ Murray to play Trey off ball. And it came down, and that was the whole conversation between Nate and Wrestler and Nick and Landry.
You need
on Landry
and Trey never played off ball. But here's the thing: that's why, as the president and the GM, both those guys, those are supposed to be the smartest guys. Those are the guys who say, you know what? I don't care who you want. We don't have the assets to get this guy. And even if we did, what is your plan with this guy? How you gonna run this offense? What the defense gonna look like? That's what your GM should be doing. But since the person making the deals was tied to Trae Young and was the owner's son, it went just, okay, go do it. Because his son wanted to get it done, and Landry wanted to get it done, and Trae wanted to get it done. And now look where we at. Because remember what I said, Kool-Aid? I said when people was like, Trae gonna leave, I said, Trae ain't going nowhere. He know we sitting in this shithole because of him. Well, not solely because of him, but him and his input on getting Dejounte Murray. But once again, it goes back to my point, what I always say on this show. Great GMs don't listen to players. Okay? You don't need the player to tell you who to get. That is your job. You're supposed to be able to build the team.
I think from me as perspective of building a team, if you get a guy and he's your guy, you see what I'm saying? And I always go back to the Curry thing. When Curry told his GM, I'm going to get Kevin Durant, he went out and took Kevin Durant to lunch.
Bro,
sit down and talk to him. Listen
to what you just said, Kool-Aid. One, Curry was already a champion by then, so that's a whole different ball game. Two, it's KD, bro. It's KD in his prime. Who wouldn't go get him? That's a no-brainer.
Right. And what I'm saying is that I personally, I don't believe Trae was in on going to get DJ Murray. I believe Trae was happy to see him come here. I don't think Trae. Listen to what I'm saying. Let me tell you why I say that. Because Trae wasn't in on trying to play off ball.
Whose idea was it to go get Dejounte Murray?
Nate McMillan.
Why?
Because he wanted to play Trae off ball. It was a whole concept to play Trae off ball. Why? It was Nate McMillan who wanted to go get D-Line Wright and TLC, and not play Lemon Pepper Lou.
You telling me that Trae Young
and not bring back Tony Snell too
did not link up with Murray at the All-Star game?
Oh, he linked up with him because they played together. He linked up with
you telling me Trae Young didn't have discussion with Dejounte Murray in that All-Star game about playing together?
No.
You what? You lying? It's public knowledge, bro. Look, Trae Young even said it. What you talking about?
Look. Look, he had nothing to do. I'm trying to tell you, man.
Bro,
he
had
nothing to do with Murray coming here to play off ball. You know how frustrated Trae was at those games. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you how I know it wasn't Trae that wanted to do that. Because the very first game I went to, and it was a Utah game, we got blown out. And they tried to play Trae off ball. Trae took that crap back. Because Murray was terrible. That game that we got blown out, Murray jacked that whole thing up trying to play off ball. He was worse than Trae on turnovers. Couldn't get the passes in. By the time we were blown out, Trae was back on ball. I got it in the soundbite. Yeah, we're gonna get him to play him off ball. You know why? Because you know what your boy Nate did when they didn't bring the team back and they didn't bring that bench back. And he brought his boy D-Line Wright and TLC up in him trying to play them guys. trying to play them guys.
Why do you think he got DeLon Wright?
He got DeLon Wright because he wanted him.
For defense, bro, because he can't defend. The same reason why you
What
got.
you talking about? Why we needed DeLon Wright when we had Chris Dunn.
Chris Dunn wasn't even playing. How many games Dunn play for us?
Chris Dunn.
How many games did Dunn play for us?
He played in the playoff. He played when Trey
How
got
many
hurt.
games did he play for us while he was in Atlanta? Look
I
it
don't
up.
know. He
was always in the Kool-Aid. Listen, man.
No, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. But see, you're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Chris Dunn is a better player than DeLon Wright.
Okay,
whatever. And the only reason Chris Dunn didn't play, because when Chris Dunn first came, we got him injured. And then he had just came from getting injured playing with the team he was at. And then what? He was the backup when Trey went out. He was the backup guard. When Trey got hurt playing against the Knicks and he twisted his ankle, Chris Dunn was the backup guard.
Well, he
came in and played. And then he came in and played a little bit off the bench.
He got DeLon Wright. You got Chris Dunn. Why? Because Trey can't defend. We needed a perimeter defender. That's what
we had. Chris Dunn. We had Chris Dunn. We had Tony Snell. We had a heck of guys that we could have ran back on that bench. But your boy Nate decided not to do it.
Nate ain't decided nothing. Nate didn't decide that. Nate did not decide that, my guy.
Nate, let me tell you what Travis said. Travis said, I got all the right players. I just got the wrong coach. Travis said that to me.
Okay, that don't have nothing to do with what you just said, though.
Yes, it do.
No, it don't.
It do, because just like I said, Nate got Travis fired because he would not play Travis players. He would not play people that Travis drafted. Did Travis draft either though nobody liked him. Cam, nobody liked Cam. But it was no reason. It was no reason for Nate to play TLC over Cam.
Yeah, I don't know why you hating on Nate McMillan. That's your best season.
I'm not hating on Nate. I'm not hating on Nate. I'm just telling you.
You can't sit here. You can tell everybody else that. You can't tell me. I know Trey Young had a major piece of bringing Dejounte Murray here. You could sell anybody else that story. I know that he did. Okay, so he is another reason why we're in this predicament. That's not a knock on him. It just shows you when you have, as you like to call them, when you have managers, okay, with zero experience, they don't know how to run nothing. Because guess what? The dude with the experience looked at Trey Young, Nick Wrestler, and Landry and said, this is the dumbest shit you could do right now. And they did it. So listen, Landry gone. It's a new day. Let me go to Matt.
Yeah, it's a new day. I'm gonna say this right quick.
Go ahead, Matt.
I mean, this is a tough day.
What happened to you changed your title, man? What happened to give Landry time?
Well, I mean, sometimes, unfortunately, organizations make decisions that are confusing and where they have a direction and then they change course and you get an erratic decision.
Hold up, man. Hold up. Give me 10 seconds, okay? Because you're bringing down the vibes, okay? Hold up. Give me 10 seconds.
The way I brought the racks out. When we brought the racks, what we want again? Ain't never falling off. I keep the racks now. I'm ballin' like the Hawk. Racks in the pack now. Shit, they yelling touchdown. Shit, I'm still ballin' on them. Yeah, still ballin' on them. Yeah, still ballin' on them. Ain't never falling off. I keep the racks now. I'm ballin'.
You're not gonna turn up with your boy, man?
Like I said, look, I mean,
we're not celebrating. We ain't popping. We over here drinking iced tea. Come on, pull up with your boy.
Demond, being an HR, working in HR, being an HR manager is difficult. You have to sometimes let people go.
Man, you be talking about how you be firing niggas all the time, man. You won't be so you won't be sober or nothing. You be like, yeah, I had to fire that motherfucker. He won't ain't work on time. Get him out of here.
But I mean,
now you care about the employees. You gotta now you care.
I mean, look, I thought Landry had us going in the right direction, but it's okay, it's fine. I will say that, you know, reading the press release, looking at all the reporting, CBS Sports, the New York Times, various other reporting around the matter is essentially that this is, as you know, a pivotal offseason. You got to decide what you're going to do with Trey. You got to decide what you're going to do with Dyson Daniels. You have money, you have picks. And so whether it's that they lost confidence in Landry or they didn't believe in him to execute this summer, you know, we'll see in a couple of days. But clearly, you know, this is a pivotal offseason. As mentioned, a lot of complex decisions to be made. And Tony felt that, you know, we need a more experienced senior manager to come in and help Osa execute the vision of the front office, because as he laid out, like, Salah's going to be here. He's going to be the GM permanently. And obviously the front office we have in place. So whatever president that they bring in is going to come in and help execute their vision, help execute their plan. So, you know, of the people that is, you know, reportedly candidates for the job, you know, my favorite is Bobby Webster in Toronto. I think he is a very good executive. I think he shares a lot of similarities with Landry as far as the positional size, the IQ, the intelligence of the player.
Man, you appear being a Debbie Downer, man. I need you to.
But he has a championship with Toronto. So, you know, he's, I would say, an elevated version of Landry because he has a championship. He's been a GM for like close to 10 years now. You know, so
I need I need you to cheer up.
Look, I to me, the optics of this was bad. I mean,
oh my God, hold up, Matt.
Talking about take it, we ain't going for that. Nigga better play cool, we ain't going for that.
You're not going for that nonsense, man. We ain't going for that. You're not going for no Hawks DNA nonsense. We ain't going with none of that.
But look. I think, like I said, I think that it's clear that there's a lot of pivotal decisions to be made this summer. We'll see which direction they go. I do think it is a big summer. I thought it was going to be a big summer regardless, as far as going out to go get another star. I was for that, going out to go get another star this summer, whether it be Lauri Markkanen, whether it be Devin Booker, somebody of a high caliber to put next to Trey, or at the very least, go out and go get multiple 17, 18 point a game scores to alleviate the scoring pressure off of Trey. One of the two. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see what happens, but, you know, we'll see.
You're not excited, man. You need to be excited. Look at the future. That's what you be telling me. The future is bright, man. Look at the future.
I just, what I don't like the most.
You got them. You're going to get two picks.
Maybe we might trade both of them. We might. I have to see who they hire. It's the president. I have to see. Because whoever they hire, as he pointed out, it's not going to be a new G. It's not going to be a first-time GM. It's going to be already accomplished.
Right.
GM.
Somebody with connections. Somebody who can network. Somebody who owe him some favors. We need that type of guy. Not a guy.
That's fine.
Not a guy with zero experience, Matt. You know
that's
you
fine.
know that's criminal, Matt.
I just hope that it works. That's all. You know, this, you know, whatever
it's gonna work. It can't get no worse than what we are now. You're the Mr. Playoff 2 years in a row, Matt. You don't have you still ain't put a star play with Trey Young yet, Matt. You're paying $30 million to a dude who can't give you 50 games. I mean, you should have been begging for the dude. You wouldn't even hire this guy. if you was running $1 billion organization, Matt, and you said, Demond, I'm looking for a president, and I say, Matt, how my guy right here? You be like, for real, what type of experience he got? And I say, none. You're gonna laugh in my face. You be like, man, get the fuck out of here. So why are you upset that this and take away the Dyson deal? Because word is he ain't even do that. The dude in charge now did that deal. That's the word. Like, bro, basically we just spent 3 years of watching Landry Fields do on-the-job training. Matt, they could have hired me and you. We had the same experience as Landry.
But like I said, it depends on. I want to see who they hire. I thought for me, the most important job of a GM, yes, it's connections and all that, but to me, the most important job of a GM is to evaluate and pick talent. And I thought he was in the right direction. Like I thought Zach was a good player.
And win games.
Yeah, and picking the right players. Picking the right players collectively, put them together will win you games. I think we're gonna line up to get a star or star S type player. And all I'm going to say is, I hope it works.
Look at this dude. I
hope
it's going to work.
I hope it works.
It's going to work, man. Oh, come on, man. You out here tripping, man. For real. You tripping. I hope it works. It ain't been working with the bums we got in charge now. What you talking about?
I hope it works.
The bums you got right now has led you to 2 missed playoff appearances, right? The first team to lose to the 10th seed in a play-in, right? The only thing you got going good for you is you done set the NBA record for most play-in appearances. Okay, you've been in Atlanta for 65 years, and you got more play-in appearances than finals appearances.
I get that, Demond, but at the same time. You know, like I said, I hope it works because there's a difference between mediocre, next to mediocre, and the Washington Wizards. You know what I'm saying? Or what Detroit was last year. It's a difference.
Look what Detroit is now. Didn't they get a new boss?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Like I said, I hope
look at them now. Look at them now. They just had the number 1 overall pick. What? Cade Cunningham been in the league how long now?
4 years.
4 years. What was we at 4 years ago? Winning 43 games or 41 games? Now look, they don't need to play in. We still a playing team. And you upset that inexperienced general manager has been replaced with his cohort, and he didn't even earn the job. He backdoored Travis Schlenk. That's how you.
I mean,
what you supposedly how IQ dudes do? Y'all just backdooring cats for position because you don't have the expertise and the experience. That dude when it became buddies with Tony Russell's son and backdoored the smartest basketball dude in the organization, and then you. What? I'm just saying.
All I'm saying is, if Tony had Travis's back, that wouldn't have happened. If I got your back, right, and Marion try to come take your job, but I got your back, ain't nothing Marion can say to me that's gonna make me move off.
See, it's a difference though,
because you my guy.
It's a difference though. It's a difference. Watch this. You don't have no kids. I know Juan got kids. Marion, you got kids?
Yes, I do.
Darren, you got any kids?
No.
Let me tell you something. It's a difference. You got my back, right? It's a whole different ball game if Marion and Juan come to me compared to my sons. My sons got my ears at all times.
That's true.
What I'm upset is this, and I will never understand it. How can you be a billionaire? You got it out the mud. And to be a billionaire, you got to be cutthroat in business. You can't really have no feelings. You're going to step on people on your way to the top. And you hire and fire people all the time. What did your son tell you to convince you to hire a guy with zero experience to run a $1 billion organization. He didn't put him in charge of College Park. I could even understood that if Landry came from College Park, because then I could say, you know what? They trying to do the continuity type thing. Woody woo woo woo. He had zero. Everybody on this panel had the same experience as an NBA executive at Landry Fields, and he hired him. I need to know what Nick Russell said to convince his daddy to sign off on that Murray trade, when the smartest dude in the room said, "Don't do it." So it's a whole different ballgame. When your son or your daughter come ask you for something, especially if you're a man and you got daughters. When your daughter come and ask you, be like, "Hey, daddy, hey, do this, cause your kids gonna know how to work you."
That's me. 3 daughters.
They gonna know how to work you. They gonna know to where
That's
you like.
me.
So it's a different ballgame. Now, if it was Steve down the street, then yeah, you got a point. Yeah, I'm a fuck with Matt because I don't know Steve like that. I ain't fucking with you like that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But the dude had zero experience, and bro, the reports and what people been telling me is, you know, we've been the laughing stock of NBA front offices. That's what. That's the word on the street. That Landry Fields, didn't know what he was doing. And we know why, because he had no experience. So, man, I don't even understand how you should be happy.
Like I said, I'll see who they hire, and then I'll reserve my judgment to see who they hire. But you know, I just don't like when you have a plan, stick to the plan. You know what I'm saying? Don't abruptly change it every couple of years.
This what you don't know.
You never set a solid foundation.
This what you don't know, Matt. This what you don't know. I don't think that Tony Ressler agreed with this plan of
Me either.
Not winning. Okay, right. He didn't agree with that. He probably agreed with getting Quinn Snyder, and like I kept telling people, Quinn Snyder. Remember now, you know he's this amazing coach according to some. He just left Utah 9 years. Why would he want to come here, right? To rebuild. He didn't come here to rebuild. He came here for us to add to and take us to another level. But the Murray trade, and I'm gonna keep going back to it.
Well,
that's what set you back. If you never make that trade, you got so much wiggle. You got so much.
I mean, I disagree with that.
You can't because guess what? I bet you would already had Siakam. Because guess what? Instead of giving up Kobe Puffkin, hey, we'll throw in this first round pick that we got for 26 or 27 or 28. But you don't have no assets. That's why they went it. They value what? What you kept saying when we got rid of Murray. Oh, we got these picks. Demand the picks are no valuable thing. Yeah, and we didn't have none.
Well, I mean, okay, so
Matt, you do realize that if we didn't give up those picks, we would have had 3 picks in this year's lottery.
That's about to be my point, C Wonder. Y'all telling me the big plan for Trae Young is
No, Trae Young.
No.
We gonna
organization.
We gonna tank in year 7, and we gonna put you next to some rookies. That's what y'all telling me the plan was.
Ain't that what Landry Fields just did?
I'm about to say,
Landry Fields didn't have Trae out there. Since you want to use Trae, you telling me Landry didn't have Trae out there with a G leaguer? That's what you say. Mo's the G leaguer. Zachary
after injury.
Hold on. After injury is his first year in the NBA, rookie.
That wasn't the initial thing, though.
You always complain about the talent level, and I'm gonna tell you, Landry was not trying to win. Once again, when Jalen Johnson go down, you lose him for the season. He wasn't even thinking about.
But you gotta admit, though,
replacement.
Matt did bring up a good point, though, Damon. I mean, y'all gotta admit to that, though. He did bring up a good point. I don't care. Y'all might not like it or not, though, but Tony interrupted the first plan and Travis. Whether
I said that already.
Well, I'm just saying though. So what I'm saying though, still though, because y'all not happy with basically Landry, who y'all know that didn't go right or whatever. Who we don't know who made the so-called DJ move, and really basically this is a scapegoat move. Anyway, it goes point blank period from Tony Wrestler point or whatever, and he interrupting another starting plan that somebody was trying to see out. I mean, so I can understand that Matt bringing that up. It's like, stop doing that crap, bro. You got to see something through.
Mike, I don't think anyone up here is arguing that Tony Wrestler is a horrible owner.
No, but I agree. I'm gonna say this right quick. Mike's got a point, and I said this before. I think in the space, Tony has this issue when we start doing things well to just interfere.
Your mama went left.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. C Wonder. When your owner don't know with the sport that they're in, okay, he don't know basketball, okay, but here's something he does know.
Winning.
He know how to make money and run a business, and that's why my issue is, why would you hire? And I'm gonna keep saying it every day. Why would you hire a guy with zero experience to run $1 billion organization? I'm gonna tell you why. Because Landry Fields backdoored Travis Schlenk. If he wasn't buddies with Nick, Landry wouldn't even work for the Hawks. He'd still be in Austin. He was in Austin.
To be honest with you, Demond, I feel you. But if we did research on like 90% of these folks in their position, I guarantee you they all got similar stories, man.
Okay, fine.
You shaking your head? No, they either former players. And from being a former player, they got the connections, and that's how you get in. That's how you get into these type of.
Let me rebut that right quick. Hold on.
This is what you're missing right here, Mike. This is what you're missing. Most of those guys, and I said this earlier before you came on, most of those guys are already within an organization, okay, as an executive. Landry had zero.
I heard that. I am talking about their origins. People start somewhere.
Right,
I am saying those guys.
He had zero
in a organization. But what I'm telling you that those guys had zero.
Okay, what was Landry's?
Landry, it's not like Landry came completely off the street. Now y'all saying
he did. Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. All right, Matt, tell him Landry.
Hold
Am I right or wrong, man? Landry was a scout down here in Austin, Texas.
Wait, no. Demond. So if I told you his name was James Peters, he was a scout in Toronto for 3 years. Then he went to San Antonio, was a scout there for 2 years. Then was the general manager of their G League team for 2 years. Okay. Then came here and worked under Travis for 3 years. That's how many years is that? That's 8 years of front office type of experience.
Okay, now Matt.
How y'all trying to play
we had this
conversation. He didn't come out of Kroger.
Matt, we had this conversation already. We already had this conversation. I know everything about Landry Fields. We had this conversation. What did I tell you? I said I want a general manager with NBA level experience. Now, guess what he about to do? Hire a guy with what? NBA, not G League. But what did I say earlier? If Landry was the GM of the Skyhawks, I could understand that, because then you could say, okay, we're going to keep this continuity going on within the organization. Landry came from the Spurs. He was never an NBA executive. He was a scout. And he wasn't the general manager for the Austin Spurs. He was an assistant. Okay?
No, he was the GM for the Austin Spurs. He was the GM for the Austin Spurs.
He wasn't the assistant.
No, he was the assistant first, and then he became the GM of the Austin Spurs. He was the GM for the Austin Spurs for 2 years.
Hey, NBA level.
Go back and read his press release when he got hired, and then he worked under
Hey, Matt, listen to this, though, Matt. They not bringing up Travis Schlenk prior history, though. Travis Schlenk wasn't no standalone head GM before coming to the Hawks.
No one said that, Mike. What I'm
saying, though, I know you didn't say it. I'm saying it because y'all not bringing that up in your unfairness of just like, I feel like crashing, like going crazy about Landry. Landry had the amount of experience that people have when they get a chance. Nigga got fired, so time to move on. Why y'all acting like he ran
a G League team? He had zero NBA experience. He got laughed at all the meetings. Everybody's
not that bad, bro. It's not that bad, bro. Look at Travis Schlenk history. Look at Travis Schlenk work history.
Travis Schlenk. I don't care about Travis Schlenk.
Nigga, I know. I'm telling you to look at it because you sitting there harping on Landry Fields' work experience. And I'm trying to tell you it's no different.
Look at Travis.
Like, that's what I'm telling you, bro. It's like it's basically around the same ballpark.
He was the assistant general manager under Bob Myers. He was there and helped build the Warriors.
But you said assistant. So because look, Landry was in 2 championship organizations though, Toronto and San Antonio. Landry was at 2 organizations that won championships.
When he went to San Antonio, he was a scout.
Right now,
he was a scout. No,
Travis Schlenk sucked and Landry Fields sucked. And now Tony needs to hire a real GM.
He didn't build a team. He didn't build a team in the Spurs. He was a scout. Am I right or wrong?
Hey, it don't matter. If you don't win, you get fired. When you don't win, manager, you don't win. Travis got fired because he didn't win.
My only point is
Landry getting fired is because he's not winning. And guess who else is gonna get fired? Quinn is gonna get fired because he's not winning. I don't care. Look and say, let me tell you something. The reason coaches get fired, I don't care how good they are, is what you do with me. Johnny B. lately don't win. It's what you done for me now. And those coaches have gotten fired because they're not winning. Landry, let me tell you something. Right now, I really believe right now, for real, I'm saying this for real, and this Kool-Aid drinking. I really believe if Quinn would have played Landry's team with his young boy that he drafted, all them boys who you want to sit there and sing King Wallace and Plow, them come up here and put a whoop stick on Chicago. If he would have gave the number 1 pick 30 minutes of freaking the games and let him play through a 1-11. Let me tell you something. Trey was 2 for 14 in that freaking game. Just because your boy went 1 for 11 didn't mean that he was not supposed to play the rest of that freaking game to help us win.
Man, Kool-Aid, you gotta stay on the same page.
What does this have to do with Landry getting fired?
It has absolutely nothing to do with Kool-Aid be flopping like crazy, man. I'm with you, Kool-Aid, but you were just
Quinn is the reason why Landry got fired. No, Quinn was not playing his brother.
I don't know what side Kool-Aid on, man.
Freaking G-Leaguer and Moji is a dog.
Hey,
G-Leaguer. The boy's a bad boy. He can play basketball. Only thing that boy couldn't do was, hey, all you got to do for the first time coming up was to get that shot. And there was no reason for Quinn to be benching that boy because that boy was on two times top 10 slam more than anybody on the team. You know why? Because he didn't take the 3-point shot. He put it on the floor and slammed. He did it 2 times. Every time he did it, you know what Quinn did to him? He benched him. And you can't tell me Moji was drafted by Landry, and he didn't get a chance to play and show himself.
Say what you said.
I really believe we would have made the playoffs if Quinn would stop the Landry playing and played them young boys.
Kool-Aid heated.
Hey. And Moji
is anybody? Hang on, is anybody
bad boys? And guess who got him? Landry got him. And y'all, and that stupid dumb coach didn't play him. Guess who Landry got to? Wallet. And guess who didn't play him? Yo, that boy had a triple. The first point guard had a triple double. And guess who Coach Quinn didn't play? Larry Wallace.
That wasn't Landry's fault.
We ain't
Hey. Do you?
Play Landry.
I mean, do you got?
Win, then so be it.
you gonna have a mitochondrial infraction, aka a heart attack on this on this season if you don't stop.
Hey,
I'm so mad I didn't clip that.
Hey, we all love the passion, Kool-Aid. We all love it. We all love it. Keep but I mean, do we know?
Cashing
I
out
mean,
was a person, boy. Crashing
yeah,
out.
right. Are y'all interested in like what Landry's done since he became the general manager, or do you guys have an idea? I don't want to go into like a whole spiel, but I mean, I have it pulled up if anybody's interested.
Okay. I was about to say, I mean, me personally, I like what happened over the past year. So.
I mean, I don't want to take too long, but I mean, I have all of I have Landry's like draft and trade and signing history that since he's been a general manager.
Matt wants you to read.
But okay.
His accolades.
So this is
Matt,
I'll go.
Quick, hold up, Ryan. Hey Matt, what's unemployment in Georgia right now?
Terrible.
What's unemployment rate in Georgia right now?
Oh, that's cold.
Come on, man, cheer up, man. Man, you fire people all the time.
It just went up slightly. Whatever it is, it just went up.
Yeah.
It went up today.
So I mean, January 11th.
I do it with cause.
Okay.
So January 11th, we signed Derek Favors to a 10-day contract.
Okay, that's
and because he picked up like right in the middle of the season of 2022-2023. Then he signed Donovan Williams to a 2-way contract. And then there's this long ass fucking trade. Holy shit. Golly, it's a 4-team deal, which I think it's the Sadiq Bey, Kevin Knox trade that when we got.
Yep.
Then February 9th, we traded Justin Holiday, Frank Kaminsky for Bruno Fernando and Garrison Matthews. Then he fired Nate McMillan and appointed Joe Prunty interim head coach. Then June 22nd, he selected Kobe Buffkin with the 15th pick, Seth Lundy with the 46th pick, and then traded to 27th to get Mo Gay.
Yep.
Then July 3rd, he signed Kobe and Mo Gay to their multi-year rookie extensions. Then July 27th, he traded John Collins for Rudy Gay in a 2026 second-round pick, which that was not a good trade in my opinion.
That was a hard.
Then we traded a 5-team July 8th, 2023. In a 5-team trade, we traded Alpha Kaba to Houston. And we got Usman Garuba and Ty Washington from Houston.
More, you over there look like you about to be in a 90s porno DVD over there, man.
Hey, man, I've been partying all day, boy. You got to do it right.
Hey, yo.
Then we traded three traded 3 players for Patty Mills. Then we signed Wesley Matthews, signed Trent Forrest, signed Vic Krejci. And then we selected Zachary Ricochet with the first pick in the 2024 draft. Then, as part of a 3-team trade, we traded Cash to the Miami Heat. Atlanta traded A.J. Griffin to the Houston Rockets and traded Peely Larson. And then we got that pick for the Nikola Jurisic. Then we traded Dejounte Murray for Dyson Daniels, E.J. Liddell, and Larry Nance Jr., Cody Zeller, and 2 future firsts and I think a pick next year. And then everything else is just signing 2-way contracts. And then obviously what happened this year.
Missing the playoff.
So that's all he's done in 3.5 years.
That's a lot of moves to win 40 games.
Nothing.
This is great news.
One of the things I wanted to push back from Matt, I heard Matt say that the new president of basketball operations is going to have to come in and execute the vision of Landry Fields. I have to.
No, I didn't say Landry Fields. I said the front office.
Okay, whose vision is that?
To be determined.
The front office. That's what he said in the press release.
Okay, I don't think that's going to be the case. You can't bring in somebody and tell them that
I'll read you the press.
They have to execute somebody else's vision if their job is on the line about it. That makes absolutely no sense.
Did you see?
If I may
go ahead.
with championships, I'm doing what I want to do. That's the first thing I'm.
You see, they're targeting Elton Brand.
No, we don't want. He can stay
or it's a
I don't know
rumor.
if that's true or not. I don't know if it's a rumor or not.
He can stay where he at. You saw what he did in Philly. He was so bad they hired Daryl Morey.
Yeah, that's true.
They said that might have been a rumor.
They hired Daryl Morey and still kept him. Just so they didn't fire him and had to pay him.
All right. Marion, he said blah 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 blah. Oh, okay. Here we go, Marion. He said, as we enter this pivotal offseason, complex decisions ahead of us, we are committed to providing the human and financial resources needed to ensure we navigate these decisions with a high level of precision and foresight. Adding an accomplished senior level leader to provide strategic direction and structure.
Is that just me? Is that me?
No, I think it's everybody.
I think he froze.
Yeah, I think Matt
froze. Hey, watch we sign the Phoenix Suns general manager.
Is me?
That's the ghost of Landry Fields.
He's not doing that.
The ghost.
No, I'm saying it would be a Hawks thing to do.
The ghost of Landry has struck again on Matt and froze him.
Well, he's trying to give Landry time.
My question is, who are we going to get to come take this position when you've already hired the GM?
You heard me. You heard me, Marion.
I didn't. No, you froze up.
He froze up again.
Aaron, can you hear me?
I'm
gonna tell you like
Aaron,
this.
I believe that Ceylon's probably he's probably just short term.
Oh, ain't no president, ain't no executive with any type of cash today is gonna come here under those type of circumstances.
So my thing is, so nothing's gonna change then.
I believe. This is what I believe. I believe Buddy just in charge right now. Okay. Somebody got to run the day-to-day operation.
No, he said permanently.
No,
if you get somebody like a Bob Myers, Bob gonna say, I'm bringing my people. Yep. As a smart president would do, because guess what? I'm not going to get fired because of dude you hired. I ain't finna do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, maybe they do something like this. Maybe if the owner was smart, maybe the dude he put in charge, I'd be messing his name up. The dude he put in charge, maybe they already been networking. All right, hey, who you know? Because he came from Golden State. Hey, who you know? And he been an executive for a minute, so he know people who you know who you think is a good working fit. If Tony Ressler decides to go with this guy permanently, which to me,
I got a question, Damon. I got a question with that because I go back to what Mike said. Tony keeps interfering. I just watched this on the YouTube when it comes to the Kings owner. Like the Kings, the reason why they keep on being in this like purgatory of dysfunction because their owner keeps interfering all the doggone time. And that's what Tony's been doing. He keeps interfering at the worst possible time. And when we finally have a direction, he just wants to switch the direction up.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think what is I know Mike said all the time. When Tony Ressler saw us 30th in attendance, okay, I'm sure he can put 2 and 2 together. Attendance is now why? Because we're not winning. So basically, fans not attending games, really, in my opinion, I think that's what got his attention. Now, if fans were still going to, and that's why I said, if we make the playoffs, if Jalen Johnson never gets hurt, we'd probably make the playoffs, and Landry Fields is never fired because now the fan base is fired up. Yay, we're going to the playoffs. Woo, 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 woo. People coming to the game.
But then, Damon, that's I don't know. That's slightly frustrating. That put me at a loss or whatever to understand. I don't know, man. I don't know where I'm at.
What part?
No. I mean, just what you're saying and stuff like that. I agree with you, but then at the same time, it's like if it's an injury situation, and you feel like even if I'm the owner, I feel like we'll be in the playoffs if certain injuries didn't happen or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then I pull the gun and fire somebody because and make these changes because of not making the playoffs. Then that's a little like I don't know contradictory or whatever. Like a
what we don't know though, Mike. But see, Mike, what we don't know is this. We don't know because I'm sure each owner in front office set goals and say this is the plan for the season. This is just my speculation. I don't believe that Tony Wrestler was on the play hard, get better development shit. I don't believe he was on that. I don't think he's never been on that because remember, he did the same thing to Lloyd Pierce. He knew we was rebuilding, and he still wanted Travis to fire Lloyd Pierce when we lost to the Oklahoma. And I think Lloyd Pierce had only been here, 2.5 years, and we were starting fresh over. So
my question is, how did he not, as the owner, see that this was a play hard, develop year, even fully at full strength? Because JJ not old.
But I think you said it before. I don't think he really understands like basketball or how to build a team. Like, I don't think he understands that. Because think about it, Mike. Think about it. If you look at our worst trades since Trae Young been here, worst trades, worst decisions just made in the organization, it's from non-basketball executives. Nick Wrestler, Tony Wrestler giving Collins a $25 million for no reason.
Well, Tony getting in the way ultimately. That's what you gotta say.
So what I'm hoping is this. Now remember, when you hire a guy with no experience, he don't really have no cachet to tell you nothing. Even if you don't know nothing, because he don't know shit, but you the owner, so you can do what you want to do. I believe if he hires somebody with some cachet, like a Bob Myers who come in here with 4 championships, and he was the head guy.
I'm with what dude Matt was saying earlier and putting me on to. But anyway,
maybe he's like, you know what? I'm gonna do what championship owners do: hire the great executives and just watch them work.
That's not. But even in the statement that they wrote, Demond, that's not what
they're not doing. That, Darren. You're right.
He said it's in the statement. We want to add a senior level leader to provide strategic direction and structure, as well as partnering with ANSI. So saying as well as partner with ANSI, that's already saying, yo, I'm not firing this GM.
But this is what I'm saying, Darren, that could be your stance now. But if you got a guy, and I always use Bob Myers, to me, that's the top of the guys.
I got you.
You're gonna change some stuff for him. Now, if you come bring up a guy like who don't really got no championships, but you like his vibe or whatever, he's gonna be your yes guy, and he's gonna say, you know what, I can work with this dude. That's what I was saying earlier. Who knows? Maybe Tony Wrestler been talking to Aussie dude on the sly, asking, hey, name me some good executives. Because remember, he's an NBA executive himself.
Is that the dude we hired last year, Demond?
Yeah. But remember,
we
hired 2.
I got one thing. We don't know as a fan base, and we'll never know how many potential trades that the Atlanta Hawks were like in the midst of, or potentially was right there on the cusp of obtaining. You know what I mean? Like, one of the things that still bother me right now is that many people throw those stones and were like, Karl Anthony Towns. I really want to Karl Anthony Towns. And New York only sent out Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo for Karl Anthony Towns, because they were trying to get off that. You had so many Hawks fans in here talking about, well, Karl Anthony Towns is soft. We don't need a player like him. I'm like, how do you look at our roster every single day and say you don't need a this is my wife screaming in the background. Don't need a multi-all-star 7-footer as your center who can stretch the floor and potentially protect the rim. Like, how do we say that as Atlanta Hawks fans and say we don't need that? How can we say we don't need Pascal Siakam because we don't need that? Like, who are we to sit there and say we don't need that when we are devoid of talent across the board on this team, man? Like, it's the small things like that I've noticed over the last couple of years. Not taking away that, Landry did do some good things for the organization, you know what I mean? But Tony just got tired of it, man. You know what I mean? And like, change is needed somewhere. Like, at the beginning of the thread. Hold on. As I said at the beginning of the thread, I expect a major acquisition here in the next couple weeks.
As Hawks fans, right? I always crack this joke. We will sit here and go back and forth about guys who have 0 accolades in the league.
Yeah.
We will sit here all day. Matt will go back and forth with you for hours over a guy who ain't got 30 NBA games under his belt. Right? We'll sit here and go back and forth. We think about this though. You know what's crazy? We all love Jalen Johnson. We love the contract he got. but he hasn't shown that. He ain't done
Nothing.
He hasn't accomplished
nothing.
People were celebrating when we extended Hunter. He hasn't done that.
Goose egg yesterday.
Hunter, and that's why I tell people, okay, he gave us a good 25-game stretch over a 5-year period.
Yeah, half a decade.
And for some reason, we get tied to our players, who ain't accomplished nothing, right? So then when it's time to make trades, we kind of hold our guys in high value until you put that trade out there to all the other NBA fans, and they be like, "Who the fuck is this guy? He a nobody." You want to give a pass guy? It's like not making a pick. If this is true, you pass on Siakam.
Yeah,
that can't be true. That's a fireball. That cannot be true.
No, I knew Landry Fields was on his way out when he said in his exit interview that sometimes you got to pass on really good guys because they don't fit.
No,
he said that. He said that.
No,
I remember that.
Moore's right.
Sometimes you got to pass on really good guys because they don't fit in the Hawks DNA or whatever, however he worded it. I said, "Oh no." I said he's promoting mediocrity.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick though, I know Demond, I don't know if you saw it, but I had to I don't know, Mikey watching somewhere though. Apologize to Matt and Mikey and whoever else I snapped on in our little We Talk chat earlier in the morning. I was kind of on one to an extent, and I literally said more. It reminded me when you said it. I said, man, because I'm going off about just playoff basketball. I feel like we don't play what need certain ways to be able to play and hang what we see in the playoffs, whether the teams get blown out or whatever. We don't do it. So I'm just mad. I'm just like, man, I don't want to hear not another doggone Hawks DNA crap again. Moments later, Mikey come back talking about some Landry fired. I'm like, what? I was like, man, you got to be playing. But anyway, but that was just crazy to me. I was like, but I don't want to hear that crap again, and he get fired today. But anyway,
I've been doing a lot of bro. I've watched every piece of content on Hawks stuff today. So what I found out today is that this Landry Fields firing was actually going to happen for a while. They supposedly paid the new dude Ansi Salah. They supposedly have paid top dollar to get he getting paid to come here, and he's been gonna be the guy for a while now. So they did that. And as far as a lot of the trades that have been going on, not all of the trades have been all on Landry. It's been a combination of people in the organization, for what I have been researching today.
Yep.
But
Moore, let me ask you a question, Moore.
Yeah.
In any sport, when was the last time you heard a GM tell you he made decisions as a collective with his group?
Collaborating, man.
You ever heard of collaborating GM? When last time you heard one of those?
Never.
And if so, did they win? Did they win anything?
I was about to say the Falcons. They collaborate all the damn time.
You asking me like I'm against your argument?
Oh no, I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering because I tell people, if you want to win a championship, just look at the motherfuckers competing for the championship.
Yeah.
Why are we sitting here why are you trying to reinvent the wheel? Like, why are you playing 5 out with dudes who can't shoot 3 points?
Exactly.
People say, wait, you can't win with Trae Young. And I'll be like, how come you just don't go back to the formula you had the most success with?
You can't win with
why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? I don't understand.
Analytics.
Well,
yeah, I agree.
Keep harping up on when everybody wants to say Trae Young. Like, the dude hasn't had any help since he got here.
I agree.
Just so you know, just so people know, I'll trade anybody.
Well, Damon, listen,
trade Jalen for the right dude. Okay?
I agree.
Not
listen,
and know what? See Wonder. Let me tell you something. You got it. I learned this from reading a couple of books. We talk about general managers. You cannot. Your only relationship with players should be 100% professional. That's it. Because you got to be able to look at these dudes with no bias and say, you know what, this dude ain't cutting. Let me see what I can get for him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
People got mad with Krause because of how he ran the Bulls, but Krause was a businessman. That's why they got him to have 6 championships with the Bulls.
And he didn't listen to players. He didn't listen to Michael Jordan when it came to building.
Michael Jordan, like, bro, listen, I got to do what I got to do. You don't like me, that's fine. But
hey, but look though, real quick though, I think Matt can confirm it or not though, because I ain't read the press release or nothing like that. And Juan mentioned the word just kind of in a sense of like a frustrating type of way, which is, a lot of people, especially our era in the sense like that generation, hate the crap though. But to my understanding, the organization is not going to do anything but further dive into analytics. So whoever come in here is going to be led by that and using and leaning heavy on analytics to build out this team. So yeah, just get ready. That's all.
Hopefully his analytics say we need to get some better 3-point shooters if we gonna shoot 43.
Hey, y'all. Before I go, because I gotta get up early in the morning. Before I go,
correct.
Do y'all
It's
think
8 o'clock, bro? What?
Listen, bro,
9 o'clock over here.
No, it's 9 o'clock on the east side.
Brother, I got PT.
Texas
I got before 4:45. We have PT at 5:30 at Texas A&M. All right.
Oh, my bad.
Y'all
waking up at 3. Hold on. If the Bucks lose in the first round, which it looks like they probably will, and Giannis, he already pretty much said like he's not going to continue going down this path, and he becomes available. Are you putting together a package to go get Giannis with
You're
Jalen?
damn right I am.
Okay, one. I have a question back for you. Okay.
Yeah.
If Giannis don't want to continue down the path in Milwaukee, why would he think that it's a path in the direction he wants to go into?
Brother, I got you. I hear what you're saying.
Hey, well, it's probably 50 dudes telling him, don't go to Atlanta.
Hold on.
The Milwaukee path a little better. Damn up there at least.
I'm just looking at the whole lens, man. All right.
I hear you.
It's possible that we will have a better core than what he has right now, and he can get the money and a new change of scenery that he's gonna look for. You know what I mean? Because too many teams are not going to go over second apron for him. Boston already trying to get rid of Porzingis and looking at Drew Holiday and possibly Derek White that they're going to get trying to get relinquished this year because they're in the second apron right now.
When we have to trade for him, bro?
What's that?
When we have to trade for him,
we'd have to give up.
Yeah,
we have to trade for him.
Yeah, you had to trade for him.
They can take Jalen.
For a guy like Giannis, you're gonna have to give up Jalen or Onyeka.
I'm cool with that. They can have both of them.
I got a question. Have to give up 2 of them.
They can give up both of them. You can have both of them.
Yeah, Jalen and Onyeka.
Take 3.
And then draft a center.
Hey, take all 3 of them.
Mary, I know you giving them up. I know you going to go get them. I know you going to get them.
I am too.
Come on. Don't make sense. He got 3 more years on his contract. Are you kidding?
I'm going to get him right now.
Matt not going to get Giannis.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I'm good on you.
If a trade involves
he's 31.
Yeah, I'm good on that. For what I would have to give up to get him.
No, according to Matt, anybody but Kobe Buffkin and Onyeka Okongwu are untouchable.
I don't like my guy Matt.
Zach Reese's thing,
man. Cheer up, my guy.
Hold on, wait, Matt. Why would we
No, see, hold on. I got a bone to pick with Matt real quick because I heard this on the last stream and I didn't get my chance to rebuttal him. This man wants Kobe Buffkin over Dyson Daniels, who Kobe Buffkin has not played 21 games in the past 2 years, and Dyson has been healthy and I will say serviceable since he's got here. And you want to keep a guy who's only played 21 games, Matt? Are you kidding me?
I'd rather have a guy that's a high caliber player. I'd rather have a guy that's a high caliber player that
RT, you know what? Hey, RT,
50
you know
games
what?
a year over a dude that playing 82. That's mediocre.
Hey,
what do you say? He's in the running for most improved defensive player. What do you mean mediocre?
Hey, RT, Landry did.
What are you doing in the playing games, Ryan?
Okay, that's the playing. I'm talking about the whole season, bro.
Hey, Ryan.
Kobe's been hurt.
Ryan,
you want to be good in the regular season, but not the playoffs? That's what you're telling me, Ryan?
Hey, I want to be good at both, but I mean,
you're not going to be good at both with Quinn Snyder. He'll play.
You just got to ask a question, Ryan, to Matt. What did Kobe Buffkin do in the playoffs this year?
Thank you. What is he? What did he do? What did he do last year?
Hold on now.
My man got injured in the play-in or summer league. He got injured in summer league, Matt.
No, he did
How did he get injured in summer league?
Because
Get out of here with that, bro. Come on now.
Hey, Kool-Aid, you good, Kool-Aid? You relax now? You calm down?
Kool-Aid happy, boy.
He's using this as the radio, man. He driving.
He took a drive.
Keep driving, Kool-Aid.
I'm getting out the car, man. Yeah, I'm cool down now, man. I just hate we lost, man.
I never seen
Y'all
him.
ain't seen him
Go ahead, Kool-Aid. Till you went on that rant, you was upset.
Kool-Aid, we won today.
I'm
What
real
you mean?
upset, man. I'm just mad that Quinn didn't stay on Landry play the young people like Trey Young winning that instead. I'm just saying. No, I know it was a long time coming because I said none of his draft picks, none of his draft picks stuck to the team from the time he came here. And so it don't matter what manager you get. If you go get drafts and you be there for 3 years, and most ownership gonna give people up to 3 years to win or lose. And if they don't win, and you start, and actually you win 2 ways with a combination of what you draft and what free agents you bring in. If you don't do that combination right, you're not gonna win. And sometimes, let me tell you something. Sometimes teams with San Antonio made a great thing about, even though you had the Admiral, you still tank to go get your boy.
Well,
Tim Duncan.
That's because the Admiral got hurt.
That's because he
Admiral got hurt. I know he got hurt, but I'm saying, but you still had him on the roster. You didn't throw out the Admiral. You set it up so they'll end up playing together to win that first championship.
Kool-Aid, come on now. Why would they have thrown out David Robinson?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like y'all be saying get rid of Trey. Only reason I said that because he was
I
hurt.
was saying San Antonio just had basically a lucky situation where they best guy, because if he was healthy, they wouldn't have been in the position to get Tim Duncan. He was hurt, and they got in the position to get Tim Duncan because they best guy, who was like one of the top players in the league, wasn't playing. And then they got Tim Duncan. They wasn't about to move no David Robinson or anything just because they got the number 1 pick.
But he pulls it off every time, just like he pulled off that stunt to get rid of DJ Murray to come here.
Oh, that's different.
He sweet talked your boy into taking DJ Murray to get rid of that. He get rid of that contract so he can go Wemby. He tanked on purpose to go get Wemby. And I heard.
Y'all getting him riled up again.
I heard the owner of Dallas
remember when San Antonio finessed us into taking Tiago Splitter?
Hey. And what his name said.
Oh, Matt left, man. My God, Matt left.
I didn't mean to hurt his feelings. My fault.
You brought up Buffkin.
He said you just don't know how hard we tanked to try to get the 3rd spot.
I wanted Matt.
That's what the owner of Dallas said. And so I know teams that try to win pulls it off every now and then, even though they still have a star.
I got the chat talking about Kobe now.
And guess what Kyrie Irving and Luka them pulled off to get to the finals. They tanked. You can't tell me they when they didn't make the playoffs that you got a team with Luka and Kyrie Irving on it that they didn't tank on purpose.
Listen,
they thought they weren't gonna make. They didn't care about no play-in, so they just went on and they didn't win on it. They didn't try to win them last games to stay in the play-in. They just went on and tanked out with a plan to try to get to the finals.
Hey, let me ask this question. Hold up. Let me ask this question. What do you think the possibility is that Quinn went behind Landry's back and talked to Wrestler about his unhappiness about his situation?
I believe. You know what? I don't even think it was behind his back. I think maybe Quinn brought something up. I'm sure the owner did an exit interview with the coach and got his thoughts and opinions. Because, like I said, Marion, Quinn Snyder was trying to win. Landry was trying to develop. Once again, he brought in no reinforcements when Jalen goes down. Now, listen to me. If you're trying to win and you lose 19 points and 10 rebounds, you can't convince. I don't think you could convince Quinn Snyder. I mean, us, much less Quinn Snyder, that the answer to your problem is just going to be Barlow and Mohamed Gay. Okay, if you're trying to win,
he told you he wasn't trying to win. He said he was trying to develop and be
not-
competitive.
No, I'm talking about with the coach.
Okay, guys, I understand, but let's remember though. I know some of y'all would have been okay with it or things of that nature, but the situation when it came down to it or whatever, I'm not gonna go into the Pascal thing though. But for Brandon Ingram, that was a real attempt. It's just that they and Landry decided to not give up all that was asked to give up. And I'm not gonna sit here and get mad at him about that because me personally, I wasn't mad about it. And sometimes that's the difference in things or whatever, you know what I mean? But it's not. I want to say that with saying that I don't think Landry came into this season, or I don't think Landry came into went into the deadline and let it pass with just like, you know what, Barlow and OG to answer. This, and that. I mean, now you can say, well, he ain't got the connections, and then that's why nobody mess with him. Okay, well then, hey, I ain't got nothing to say to that. But I do think that the man tried to do certain things or whatever, and it just didn't necessarily happen for us or whatever. Because again, though, just as we were mad about the DJ thing and giving up all that crap for him or whatever, we would have been pissed off again if you do that jump. Basically, again, Brandon Ingram is a taller player, but let that man have gotten here and we, middle in the pack and this and bull and gave away too much and stuff for a player who basically approaching 30 and crap like that, bro. We'll be pissed off again. When our young guys literally are younger than even Trey. So
Ingram just a one-time All-Star too, ain't he?
Yes. It's like that's not, but that wasn't. See, that's what I'm saying. So I'm not mad at Landry because that's not necessarily like a for sure.
Well, no, you know what, Mike? You know what?
Something like that. So
I know I'll be cracking jokes, but I do know his hands was pretty much tied. What I don't like about Landry Fields is that we know your hands tied, so don't come out here with your chest up talking about if I could spend money, I could spend the money.
Nigga, you can't do nothing.
He did say that too in that interview.
Yeah, he said it. He said it.
But my problem
can't spend the money.
My problem with him is
and look at I'll be back, guys. But look at how he got the job.
Yeah.
Backdoor.
Can we get over that?
Hey, man, that's what them Ivy League dudes do, man.
That's what they befriend you and try pretend they helping you.
That's what Mark Zuckerberg did, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what all them do, man.
I think my biggest problem with Landry is he just never talked about winning, which told me his mindset. It was only developing and getting better. Like I never heard him ever say, we want to win a championship. Mm-hmm. It's always let's just get better. When your lead, your best player, and Trae Young's exit interview is I want to win. You hear that from someone, and then you hear the GM just say, I just want us to get better. I'm happy that this season was a success. I couldn't be more proud of these players. Then you're promoting mediocrity.
We're going to aim to get better.
Make the playoffs. we got embarrassed back-to-back games for the play-in on national TV. So when you promote mediocrity, it didn't make me feel good for the future of where the Atlanta Hawks was going. Especially when you say you keeping your head coach and you making all of these, and every time you ask him a question, he's ducking and dodging the answers.
Oh yeah.
Landry
Even in his exit.
That man gaslight more than the I don't know, he just be gaslighting, bro. And you're just you don't get no information out of him. You don't hear that we're trying to win. We're trying to build a championship organization. I don't know about this on-sea solid guy, but everyone keeps saying he's real analytical. He's very smart. He's from Golden State. He was on their championship team when they won 2022. I'm excited for the future, but I mean, we do got to see more than just this GM hire, obviously. We got to see. The actions is what's going to speak better than anything. I think they're going to go and get somebody to play against Trey. That's just my opinion, but we're going to see.
Well, you gotta pause when you hear about the rumored losses that we have in terms of trades. I mean, from Siakam to Markkanen to Cat to Ingram.
Yeah.
I mean, when you hear those names and those were possibilities, and you heard that we whiffed on them, Even with the Ingram, even if you don't like the fact of his injury,
remember KD.
KD. So KD, I mean, even when you hear those names and that we whiffed on them, it means that either we have a problem with the culture or we have a problem with the GM.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happened is that, that tied in with everything else.
I just personally feel like Landry just didn't pull the trigger to overpay on anything, especially after the DJ thing, bro. Because any of those moves, anything to acquire anyone, anything,
would have cost them.
You got to overpay.
Yeah.
Especially because you're not the only person trying to get them. It's other teams bidding and stuff like that. You basically got to overpay, and you got to do it to a point that you're comfortable with. And I don't think Landry was comfortable with any of those overpaid situations. So I don't know, man. I mean,
especially since that was like his first big major move, and he saw how bad it was. It probably made him terrified of like, maybe I shouldn't do this again.
Yeah, I can see that.
He just got the organization straight from that crap.
Yeah.
This season and
That's the weird thing.
I mean, I appreciate the effort of him, like saying, "Hey, I'm going to make this." At the time, what was looking to be a game-changing move of getting Dejounte Murray, it flopped. And I mean, it's hit or. I mean, unfortunately, this league is hit or miss. You can hit on some players, you can miss on some players. We missed on Dejounte. I personally would love Pascal Siakam on this team because look at what Indiana is doing right now with Tyrese Halliburton, who's not as good as Trey.
Yeah.
Like, look at what the Pacers are doing right now with who they got, and that's why I was like, what the Indiana Pacers are right now is what the Hawks probably. If we had Pascal, should have been.
But Ryan, many people even say, even with Siakam, we weren't a championship contender. So it's like, do you make a move just to be a second round treadmill, or do you try to improve the team incrementally and then swing for the guy that's going to take you over the top?
I think you got to get your 1 and your 2, and then you build around.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have not done that. We keep building.
You would have felt Pascal and Trey would have been your 1 and 2 good enough to you build around, get you to where you.
I think we try it. I don't think we're trying. Us not trying is to me is worse than going out and making the effort.
Well, I feel like I know it's not happy with y'all or good with y'all, but I don't know if it's just a change in coverage. But I remember once upon a time when Hawks weren't even in crap, bro. Like at all. So. I don't know. For me, I feel like this is trying. You know what I'm saying? But again, though, I get it. Like you seen trying is actually pulling it off and getting the person here. You know what I'm saying? Trying. But like I said, I just recall plenty of times in the past into like really recent history, man, that like the Hawks weren't even in crap, bro. Like we weren't even in discussions. Like now you're at least consistently popping up in, you know what I'm saying? When somebody's available, we're in the conversation at least now.
Yeah.
Man. That's like a slow, slightly upward change that's in the positive for us. Hopefully that means that we'll start getting stuff in the future. But yeah.
I mean, shoot, we were in Kevin Durant talks when he was thinking about leaving Oklahoma.
No, they said this year too, though. That was
I think this year
called about Durant.
When he was leaving the Nets, we were trying to get him when he was leaving the Nets.
I'm saying they said that we tried this year too. They said they called about him this year.
That's why I said when I told y'all at the beginning of the year they were going to trade these certain players, they were trading these certain players to clear up this cap space for all this money, man. And believe what I tell you, the Nets, they still, even though with Landry gone, I still believe that 00 and I heard this, I know Kobe gone, because they already said that on 92.9 is on. Because Kobe gone. Okay, so he ain't get that out of the rookie contract stuff. So he gone. And I know 00, like I said,
Kobe happy Landry gone. Matt, you remember that video at the beginning of the season and when Landry tried to touch Kobe or something like that? Kobe like, man, I don't mess with you, dude.
No, but you know what's so interesting. You know what's so, and I brought this up earlier with the guy Salah coming from Golden State. And to me, when I read the press release, when he talked about future facing decisions or hold on, let me pull it up to say exactly what he said. About making with foresight and precision. As we we enter this pivotal offseason with several complex decisions ahead of us. Providing human and financial resources needed to ensure that we navigate these decisions with a high level of precision and foresight. So the several complex decisions to me is Trae Young's extension, which I don't think that's a really complex decision. Dyson's extension, which I do think is a complex decision, just because he's a divisive player. I think, like for me, I wouldn't give him that big of a contract extension. Some people would, right? So it's like, well, if he can't shoot long term, but you pay him big money,
God,
you're stuck with him. You know what I'm saying? Because in the CBA, somebody mentioned the CBA earlier, like no one's going to take that contract in the future. If you pay him a certain number and he can't shoot, or create his own shot, then you're stuck with him.
Do you think someone's going to take a $50 million trade contract in the future?
But I think so because Trae is all even today. Like Chris Haynes was talking about today, teams want Trae even today. Like maybe the package isn't robust, but they're offering something.
Matt does have no, but Matt does have a point
per se.
Because essentially, we would give him an extension with the hopes that he would develop into what we want him to be.
No, I agree with Matt. You got to worry about that because if he doesn't develop and you give him too much, you ain't gonna be able to move somebody who can't shoot worth the weight.
That's the thing. That's the thing. What get a lot of managers in trouble is the word develop. You don't go draft somebody to develop. No. It's two. When you go draft, you do not go draft 3 top players to develop. You go draft them players to be able to play now. That's how you get a chance to win. When you trying to build through the draft, you got to get that guy that can play now. I gotta say, the only way you're gonna win is a combination of getting that guy who can play now, that you can play day one, that they're gonna make you money, and you ain't got to pay them no money. And then you go, just like in football, you go get there when it's time for you to get that quarterback. You get that quarterback when you ain't got to pay him. And then you can see what you really have. If you don't see that's why you play them quick. That's why I said they should have played Jalen Johnson quick, so you could have seen his injury prone, and you wouldn't have to be sitting him stuck with him for 50. No, I'm just telling you, because if y'all say Jalen Johnson was no good, then hell, we should have let him go 2 years ago. You don't go draft no top 5 guy and don't have the intention to play him day one. If he can't play day one, then therefore releasing him because it's gonna cost you money. Rotate him till you get somebody that's gonna come in here ready to play.
AJ wasn't top 5.
Top 5.
He was like, pick was
he was
like
top
13?
Top 6, top 7?
No, Jalen was 20, like 19, 20.
Okay, but he was the number 1 pick that year. We didn't have nobody else higher than him, right?
No,
they came in with him, right?
He wasn't even a lottery first round choice, but he was not a lottery.
But that's the point I'm making. But that's the point I'm making. But see, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying.
About the draft,
that's not. I don't think that was Matt's point, though.
My point,
right. But my point is, even though I put Jalen up high, even though I'm saying Jalen up high, because anything in the top 5 is a lottery pick. Anything outside, all the way up outside the 10, is just a first round pick. And the lottery pick goes from 1 to 10, right? The main lottery is 1 to 5, right?
1 to 13 was neither. We're telling you, Jalen was neither.
Jalen was
that's what I'm trying to say. But he was he's the only thing you had to pick in the first round, right? He was your number 1 guy picking in the first round.
Yes,
and Kobe and Kevin Herter.
Listen what I'm trying to tell you. When you have that opportunity to pick that guy, you got to pick that guy to be the one that you're going to play day one. So you can see, anytime you picking a guy in the first round, I don't care where he's at, where you picking, you make the best pick on that guy so he can play day one. You don't sit there and go get a guy that you got. No. See, we got to stop all that development contract because that's what gets coaches fired. Because everything, let me tell you something. Everything, just about every freaking thing that Landry got was the developing player. Every single thing, not one thing can't play day one with the Atlanta Hawks. Not one player that he got. And then now all of them gone.
Zach
Not
Quinn
one.
didn't win.
AJ came close.
He didn't
AJ was
draft
the only one
AJ.
came close.
He didn't
AJ
draft
was the only
AJ.
one came close to
He
play.
didn't draft AJ.
AJ
Kool-Aid,
not
point, I got what you're
You
saying,
only-
Kool-Aid, but remember, we drafted ready,
Okay,
quote
so
unquote,
then
ready now
that's
players
my
under
point.
Bud,
So
but that didn't work either. We
Hold
drafted
on.
Taurean Prince and Damari Carroll were supposed to be ready now players under Bud. They were flops. So it's like it depends on the
That's
roster.
why
You
you
want to
play
draft
them.
guys that's ready in
That's
a
why
couple
you
years.
play
Like,
them, so you don't have to sign them. You
Hold
rotate them in and out. You rotate them in and out till you get that player. You don't
Hold
sit
on.
there and go
but
draft
that
that
wasn't
player
my
and hang
Kool-Aid.
on
That
to him
wasn't
when
my
you see
Kool-Aid.
he's a bum.
That wasn't my point.
Matt,
Kool-Aid.
Matt, what
That
was
wasn't
your
my point.
well, finish your point, Matt, because I was actually what you were saying.
I agree with Matt.
Yeah, I'm a little lost.
My point was at the beginning. My point was
You say
the summer
yeah.
when he talks about several complex decisions and having foresight. That's what I'm talking about. The Dyson extension, Trey extension, the way you build out the team. Because even though you got to make a decision on these guys now, it impacts how you build out the team in a year, 2 years, 3 years from now. So I'm thinking, reading that, he's trying to get somebody that can make a decision now that's going to pay dividends in a couple of years from now, as far as how to build the roster, construct the roster. Whether it's trading those 2 picks to get a star player, whether you play Dyson, how much do you pay him? So in a couple of years, it's a DeAndre Hunter contract that people complain about, or the John Collins contract that people complain about, or Kevin Huerter, that where we paid a guy, but they never developed, and now we stuck with him because we can't move him, and particularly in this CBA. So I'm just curious to see who they hire.
Who got stuff playing in the
Let me
background?
ask this question:
Right,
did
John
not
Amari.
Jordan Poole help Golden State get to their championship and help Curry get there and win?
No.
And
Kool-Aid,
win
starting off
MVP?
on the wrong path. Kool-Aid, you starting off on the wrong path because Jordan Poole went to the G League, and I know what point you're trying to make.
What I'm making? How long he stay in the G
right
League?
away like
How
you trying to
long he
stay
stay in
with
the G
Jalen,
League?
dog.
How long he stay in the G League? How long he stay in the G
2
League?
years? I believe 2 years.
Huh?
I
He was
believe 2
drafted
years.
in 20. He was drafted in 2019. He was drafted in 2019. They won a championship in 2022.
So he was in the G
2022.
League for
So
2
he was
years.
drafted 28. He was drafted 28 in
Do the math,
2019.
Kool-Aid. Do
You
the
gonna
math,
tell
Kool-Aid,
me
he didn't play
that
for 3 more years, Kool-Aid.
he played his second year. He played his second year. He started
He
playing.
was not a main rotation piece in the second year.
He started playing in his second year. He was on the bench, playing off the bench, getting playing time.
I get you, Kool-Aid, but he wasn't
coming up and down from the
rotational
G
piece.
League. They prepared that man from day one, and within 3 years, Jordan Poole was part of that team that helped them get to the Dunn championship. Because I remember the year before they didn't. I remember the year before they didn't get in the
prepared him by
championship.
sending him to the
Jordan
G
Poole
League.
and
Kool-Aid,
Green
no
messed
matter
up
what.
on a play
No matter
that
what.
kept them from
Kool-Aid,
getting
that's
to
the
that
same thing we did with
championship.
JJ, Kool-Aid. It's the same thing we did with JJ.
Draft him. You
JJ,
said trade
what you
them
talking
for
about?
him, you
JJ,
drafted him, and they didn't do
JJ
that.
on it. You know what JJ said this year? You know what JJ said this year?
He needed
When
the
they
G
asked
League.
JJ,
JJ
he said,
said
really?
he
Now
needed-
listen what I'm saying.
He said
Listen
he
what I'm
needed the
saying.
G League. No, man, you keep talking
No,
about
JJ said this is the first time he really is start. This is his first year playing. That's what JJ said. He said, really, this is my first year starting. That's what JJ said.
He needed to go to the G League. You
It's not
conveniently
the
don't
point.
want to talk
Let me tell you what. You know what? Let me tell you. I was there. I was there.
you
Let me
wasn't,
tell you.
man.
No, listen what I'm finna tell you. Why he requested to go to the G League. Let me tell you why. Because it was Cooper and him. No, listen. Cooper was signed to a 2-year contract. He was already signed to the first for a contract for being the first pick. Okay, and they were sitting on the bench. Him, Cooper, and I can't think of the other guy who they shipped down to G League. And then what happened was that Nate was not playing them. Nate was not giving any of them a chance to play off the bench. He was not giving them any time. Nate told that boy he was like a deer in the headlight, and he would not play that boy. So I'm telling you right now, he requested to go down there and play because he wasn't getting no playing time up here. So he requested to play. Guess who else?
Done, man.
No. Listen, I'm trying to tell you.
I'm trying to.
You really not saying crap, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm getting annoyed, man. You about to blow me, bro. Like,
I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say
get
it
out
has
that
anything.
bull crap, bro. Like, stop doing that. Every time you talk Kool-Aid, you go back 5 years in the past, man. Stop that junk, man. Like, you really, and then it be about nothing and stuff you making up, man, half the time, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, stop this, man. Like, come on, man.
I just don't.
Really, guy, I wish y'all could understand where I be coming from, because sometimes you have to learn from your past, bro. You have to learn from your past. You don't go to your past and learn from your mistakes in the past. You're not going to correct the future, because you're going to make the same mistakes over and over again.
So okay, so what are you?
And the reason I go to the past because I'm trying to get y'all to understand, trying to get the organization to not make the same mistakes over and over again. So I'm just like, that's my point.
We won't make the same mistakes because Landry's not here.
Are you saying
Kool-Aid work for the front office?
Kool-Aid, are you saying we should? Is your point we should draft ready now players in this draft?
Hey,
like,
they go like, hey, Kool-Aid.
We always should point the draft ready made
Kool-Aid archivist in the front office.
You know the year we went. Let me tell you something. You know the year that Atlanta Falcons went to the Super Bowl. You know what Arthur Blank got kicked off and said? He said, "I want y'all to go draft me stars."
Hey, Mike, Kool-Aid still got a Rolodex.
He told his team. Arthur Blank said, "Draft me starters."
Go archive the game for 1985.
Starters that started that year on defense that help us get to that Super Bowl. That's what he said. Go draft me starters. And they drafted starters.
It's
and
not,
out of that, you got to that defense was a young defense. That defense helped us get to the Super Bowl.
No, you got to stop into the NFL until you've been in the league for 3 years.
My point I'm making. The new manager, when he drafted in the first round,
like older players, bro, and like early.
Yeah,
what that's where it goes.
What 19-year-olds are
in the NBA? Just in general.
Kool-Aid, what 19-year-olds are in the NFL?
It ain't none, man.
I ain't saying about no 19, but don't draft a freaking 19-year-old.
Well,
I'm telling you, listen to what I'm trying to tell you. If you try to win now, you don't go draft a freaking 19-year-old.
This is reality.
That's why Atlanta ain't going there, man.
No, reality is this, Kool-Aid, is that in the NBA, with the higher and the top picks, they go with potential and youth over basically anything else. You're not finna draft a 22-year-old, you know what I'm saying, with the #1 draft pick and stuff like that, when it's like a 19-year-old with high potential and like close by to it. You see it in NBA all the time. That's why the older players fell backwards in this draft, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, let me. Can I say something?
Any play. Go ahead, Mario. I'm gonna unmute.
Go ahead, Mario.
Start up before I unmute him, man.
Let me say something. I'm gonna take a page out of Kool-Aid, but in a different perspective. For the people that want to see Trey leave, right? For the people if he don't sign this summer, if he goes somewhere else, or don't sign the extension and want to go somewhere else, people want to see him leave. What do we do from that point on? Because it look like we keep reinventing the wheel, bro. It like before we got Trey, what we always holler, we needed a superstar, and we never built around the guy. We never built around the guy properly, bro.
Some people will say that we still need a superstar, Mario. So that's
yeah.
That's the question. Did Trey play out of the G League?
Huh?
Did Trey play? Did Trey play day one? Did Trey start getting play time day one?
Yes.
Okay, so they drafted a player. I don't care.
Same as Zach, no, bro. Same as Zach being the #1 pick.
Hey, listen to me. Let's be reality, though. If I'm not mistaken, all of our top 5 draft picks have played from the jump. Let's be real here.
I'm talking about playing, guy. I'm talking about being on the bench, ready to rotation and playing time.
Okay, Kool-Aid. Think for me, Kool-Aid. Think for me then. All right. We're not going too far back. Let's just say Trae Young, #1. From Trae on, all of our top 5 picks have played from basically day one and stuff. The only reason why is because they've been injured. What you're saying we have done with our top 10 people. The folks after that, then okay. JJ was a 19th pick. Kobe later on. AJ later on. But our guys, DeAndre Hunter, even Okongwu, Trey, Zachary Ricochet. They all have been playing and being regular rotation guys since the jump. So, bro, like you have an unnecessary frustration.
So that's exactly what I'm saying. What Travis did, he drafted players that were gonna play day one, and he built a veteran bench behind those young players. He didn't go get no players. And then when he got that guy from what a name that was sitting on that table with Hunter down, he saw he couldn't play. He got him up out of here real quick. I don't know. I forgot his name. The heavyset guy that won the national championship.
Oh, Amari was, man. He was off in the
but what I'm saying, you just saw Travis go and draft what 3 starters along with Trey. He drafted 3 freaking starters.
Ain't none of them on the team outside of Trey though.
That's the point I'm talking about right there. By him drafting 3 starters, it got us to a conference final.
No, it didn't. That didn't happen.
Really, Kool-Aid. They not really.
No, it didn't. None of the. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Kool-Aid. None of those young guys was the reason why we made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, bro.
I understand.
None of those young guys. Most of them was hurt. Hunter was hurt, bro. Hunter was hurt.
I know Hunter, but did not Hunter play in the playoffs?
Cam was hurt, bro.
He didn't. Hunter,
and he came back at Eastern Conference Finals.
Cam didn't come back into the conference finals.
But
exactly.
I'm making,
you ain't making no point if you what you talking about young guys, bro.
But what I'm saying that Cam, how did he get hurt? Playing up here with NBA players. How did Hunter get hurt? Playing up here with NBA players.
They were
Red Devin get hurt. If ever played all the way through, he can get hurt. What I'm trying to tell y'all guys, when you draft guys that ready to play, that gonna play day one, that's how you supposed to do it, bro.
Okay, to Matt,
you gonna have a chance to win. And then what they did, they went on and got, and like I said, the combination against free agents and your new drafters that gonna play day one, along with free agents, that's how you get the championship. Now we did it that way. Travis decided to go get 4 players to 5 players with Trae Young to be day one starters, and then he put that bench behind them, veteran bench behind them with them boys, and they end up in the Eastern Conference Final. That was the right combination. That was the right combination.
Hold on, Kool-Aid. For the people hollering about what Trey can do, bro. Trey, if you want Trey off the team, what is your plan, bro? What is the plan next? Because y'all just talking, bro. Like ain't nobody got no plan for the future, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, Mario. I mean, I ain't no GM, you know what I'm saying? I might be worse than Landry, bro. So I'm just saying that if you just have to trade them, I want to trade them before you lose them for nothing. That's all.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're up against. In my opinion, somebody else could be saying as X, Y, Z. And then also, too, I feel like you have to do it before you ask for it. But again, though, I can't necessarily give you the trade. Like I said, though, man, I ain't one of the ones who are looking at the whole landscape of the league and everything and come up with this perfect scenario. I don't do the little trade machine stuff either. I'm just saying is that, yes, don't let them walk for nothing. That's my biggest fear, is that Trae Young become a bigger Al Horford, basically, bro. That if you trade him, the worst thing.
If you trade him, does it have to be this summer?
So my question is, my question is,
it'd be wise.
What are we doing when he walk? What are we doing?
Well,
everybody got all this.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't walk.
Let him go. Who you gonna go get, bro?
He don't walk. I pray he don't.
I think he's gonna sign the extension if we offer it.
Look, man. I read the thing on the phone the other day. I guess y'all didn't hear it. Trae Young said he had already made the decision to stay.
I'll do that. If
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Trae Young can say what he want to say. It's just like you saying we gonna go to the finals. He can lie. What are you talking about?
I was playing around when I'm talking about going to the finals.
And he can be playing around about staying with the team.
I was playing Kool-Aid. I was playing the Kool-Aid thing. But no, this had Trae Young hand in his hand to make a decision. Because Trae Young at that point in time,
I don't believe none of I see it, bro. I don't believe none of that.
Before DJ got traded, Trae Young had an opportunity. Let me tell you something. that Trae Young had an opportunity to go play with San Antonio or LA Lakers. He had an opportunity. And it was gonna come down which way he was gonna go. And just like your boy Boogie Cook had warned him and told him to leave.
You can
and
build
let me tell
around
you
Trae,
something.
bro.
I'm gonna tell you why Trae stayed. Trae in his heart, he made a bet with Gilbert's Arena that he was gonna win a championship in Atlanta. He said to the lady when he first came here, when he first got drafted, that he was gonna win a championship in Atlanta. And so, therefore, I really think during Trae hard that is what he wanted to do. And I think they are working together. When he went in that office, when it came down to him and DJ being traded, or whether keep DJ or keep him, he went in there and said, "Okay, I'm going to stay." And I'm just telling you, he made the decision. I'm going to stay, and I'm going to sign the contract. Look, and let me tell you something. And Jeff T said, and this what Jeff T said. Jeff T said, "We got something coming." Jeff T said, "We got something coming." But go ahead. I ain't gonna say nothing.
We got what coming, Kool-Aid? Ain't nobody going to sign
you. We got some players coming.
Everybody at the crib,
what Jeff T said. Don't worry about.
We be hype about some of the worst players in the league. And you got people up here like, get rid of him.
Stop drafting developing players.
What's up, John Larry?
Tell them to draft music. Tell them to draft music, John. And stop.
Hey, John, save us, please. John, Larry, save us.
I still want to hear the rest of what Matt had to say. I didn't even get to finish.
I didn't even know what Matt was. I didn't know Matt was talking.
Trying to hear what Matt had to say.
Matt's main point was that you can't pay Dyson and mess around, can't move him, because he can't shoot. He don't get his shot.
Yeah, my point was in the press release when he talked about several when he talked about several complex decisions and having foresight and hitting them with precision. The decisions with precision. To me, that says, well, the several complex decisions are Trae, Dyson, and then whether we go out and go get a star, and then which star that we go out and go get. So to me, when he says we got to hit those decisions with precision, it's like, okay, do we sign Trae? Do we trade him? Do we sign Dyson? If we do sign him, how much for? How do we make sure that it's an equitable contract? So if it doesn't pan out, we can still trade him in a year or two, and it still has value in this CBA environment. And then as far as the star, what star to go get, and how do we incorporate that star into what we're already trying to do? So to me are the complex. Those are the only three complex decisions I can think of.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When he talk about multiple complex decisions and then hitting it with precision.
Yeah. Larry.
All right.
Larry,
go ahead, Larry.
Good evening, everyone. On this
Good
joyous day.
evening.
On this joyous day.
It's a beautiful day, ain't it, Larry?
You better stop. You better stop
man,
playing,
I
man.
think the birds were chirping a little bit louder today.
Yeah.
The roses smelled a little bit rosier today.
I felt like I want to ship today.
But all jokes aside, man, shout out to Landry for getting me Dyson Daniels. I appreciate him. Shout out to him to drafting Zachary Ricochet. But other than that,
he got your 2 draft picks in this draft too.
yes, he did. But guess what? He still tried to correct the mistake that he made. And ultimately, if he did not make the playoffs, ultimately he was going to be fired. The bravado and the confidence and almost arrogance of him in his exit interview.
Oh yeah.
I love the pun in that right now. It was an exit interview. He just didn't know it. So yeah, man. I see you got your hand on your face. You just like, go ahead, Larry, get it out. But yeah, it was an exit interview. You know what I'm saying? And how arrogantly he said, "Oh no, that's my boy," and Kim was booting him in that like, "Get your butt out of here, bro." So we got the guy who was the money guy now as resuming as the GM. So, will there be a new president? I think there will be, but I think that they had to get rid of Landry to facilitate that. So I'm just wondering what other shoe is going to drop Will Kyle Korver stay? We'll see. If Kyle is moved, maybe that's another move. Is it true that Nick's son, Tony's son is out the picture now? Is that just rumor?
What's that background I'm hearing?
Is it the rumor? What was it?
Is it rumor or true that Nick Wrestler has been relieved of his duties?
Well,
because realistically, that's when
it's reassigned, Larry. Reassigned.
Yeah, I heard he got
reassigned.
Hold on.
Okay, so he's still mailing. Okay, so he still got his hand on the controller.
Can y'all hear me?
For 2K.
No, they say he's not. He can't.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Barely, John. You coming in real soft.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
They said that
he's not involved in the basketball operations staff.
Hey,
Okay.
Put the link back up. I'm going to my other phone.
Okay.
Whatever.
If-
Better
What I'm really interested in, I want Bob Myers, give him the presidency job of basketball operation and let him hire a new GM. Now the good thing is
Does he not have a job already?
He may keep the guy that he has since he was working under him in Golden State. So he could keep him and keep the continuity, But
Larry,
I would leave that
what's
up
his
to Bob
position
Myers.
right now? What's his position? What's Bob Myers doing right now?
Bob
What
Myers
about-
is just doing TV analyst stuff.
Oh, okay. So he's not working right now.
No. He's free. We just got to make him a proper offer.
But Larry, two things, Larry. One, the press release mentioned that Osala's job is permanent. Like whoever they hire is going to work with him, partner with him.
So he the
I heard
GM.
that
That's why I think they may get Bob Myers because he's already worked with Salah before.
But also, do you think Tony? Because remember, he left Golden State. At least reportedly, he left Golden State because he wanted like $20 million a year. I don't.
And Atlanta paying him.
I don't think Uncle Tony will open up the wallet like that now.
Now I know
heard
Tony
that
is
this
cheap.
guy that's taking Landry place temporarily is going to be the one that's going to select the GM. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
No, he's the active GM right now, Kool-Aid.
Yeah, he's not
right now.
temporary.
GM, but he's gonna move out of that spot and he's gonna select and replace.
No,
Hey,
he's
hold
not
up.
taking
Hold
anything.
up.
That's what I
Hold
heard.
up.
I'm just
Hold
telling you
up.
what I heard.
Hold up. I'm looking at the Atlanta Hawks basketball operations. Ain't no acting in front of that man's name.
That's what we
No,
trying
he
to say.
permanent. They said he permanent in the press release.
He's permanent.
Ain't no acting in front of that man's
I
name.
heard
if
him
he's
say
permanent-
that he was going to replace
Because
his
because
stuff. I'm
because
just telling you what I
because
heard.
Larry,
Now, I'm just
because
going
they
by
said
what he heard.
Well, okay. Hey, Kool-Aid.
Okay, we got you, Kool-Aid.
You right. But let me show y'all this too. Now, Nick Rustler is vice president of strategic planning and alternate governor of the Atlanta Hawks and chairman of the Atlanta Hawks Foundation. Daddy made him a position.
That's the
Okay,
problem.
that's the thing. Daddy made him a position. Now,
No, that's not going to change, y'all. That's not going anywhere.
let me finish on this here. Let me finish on this. See, thing is that these two went up there and stabbed Travis Schlenk in the back with one of them Klingon knives.
Oh man, y'all
Okay.
about to come back like this, man.
We going back to that? Come on, man.
Yeah, we going back to that. We going back to that. And the reason why, and hold on. The reason why I'm going back to that, because I've been over this 5 or 6 different
How much
times
time
today.
left, Linda?
I didn't know I was on the clock. But
No, not you, John. Go ahead,
Oh,
my bad.
No, it's almost
okay.
3 hours.
This ain't feel like
I
typing.
came in late. My bad.
I returned. But I'm gonna, and the reason why I'm saying this is this firm that's going out to try to find this new president of basketball operations
There we go.
is going to have to come through Daddy. Okay.
Mhm.
If that man, whoever he is, doesn't tell Nick Rustler and Tony Rustler, get the hell out of my way. You hired me to do this job. You hired me to put this team back on a winning track.
Well, you gotta say that.
It's going to be the same crap you got right now.
Well, yeah, I understand.
Just like the Atlanta Spirit Group.
Tony,
You're not gonna tell your payee that, John.
Well, hey.
No.
Everybody, look now. Do you think Udoka has that type of independence?
Well, let's not talk about Udoka now, because
no. I'm just asking.
He's in the playoffs.
John,
hey,
look,
he might not
yeah.
be long.
I'm saying I agree with you.
Okay, this is the problem, gentlemen. They tried it this crazy. Say what?
I agree with you that John got to. I mean, not John, but Tony got to stay out the way.
We agree with you. All of the stay out the way.
That's part of the issue with everything, because everybody got to remember also as well. Now it wound up working out, but long run though, it hurt.
What wound up working out?
And I'm sorry y'all for going in the past, but I'm trying not to do it in a toxic way. I'm trying.
Don't do it, Mikey.
Man, look, man, talk. Make your case.
But no,
make your case.
No, Tony, you know what I'm saying? Not even just the Landry, because you was going into how they, stabbed Travis. But I'm saying is that Tony, and probably say Trey, because y'all remember it was when Trey made the All-Star game and media kept asking him about being on a losing team and this how you feeling. They went and made basically Travis make those moves. That's how Bogey and Clint got here. Travis ain't wanting to do that crap yet. Travis wanted to still go the asset and young players route and stuff like that. He was
build
still
it like
building.
OKC.
That was the first time Tony got in the way of his GM and his GM's plan. Now I'm cool with Landry being gone. I say that. I'm cool with Landry being gone. It's perfectly fine. But I would say that this is basically the first time that Landry fully got stuff in a way and set to move forward when it's supposedly him making the decisions. The last crap been trying to get stuff back on track from the joint horrible decision of DJ. It wasn't just Landry. That was a joint decision by multiple people that did that bull crap. And Landry
not only that, Mike, I just thought about it. Getting Dwight Howard and letting Al Horford walk. That also was a Nick Wrestler. And
I don't
Tony
know if Nick was out of college yet or something. Was he? I don't know.
If that was there because guess what? He wanted out. They purposely went out and got Dwight before and then offered Al Horford something.
Before talking to Al,
Dwight was from Atlanta. That was a season ticket grab if I ever seen one. That's exactly what they did. If everybody remember, they went after Dwight first. Signed Dwight and then went to Al Horford and offered something. Al was already offended because Al and Dwight had battles before. They didn't like each other.
They battled too much in just games, period.
They was not gonna play with each other.
Wait a minute.
I'm not admin, but Mike, if you
Dwight Howard
that comment.
What you say,
was
Matt?
Dwight Howard Nick Russell move?
1 second, John. My fault. Hold on 1 second.
Or Tony, it was a Tony move. It was a wrestler move. I don't know if it was Nick or Tony, but that was a wrestler move all the way. Coach Bud didn't want to think about. Remember when Coach Bud would barely play him to the point that they traded him.
This one.
He didn't want Dwight Howard.
Tony
Right.
He was mad about
nothing about
that Al go.
This just seems like a real.
Remember, Coach Bud did not want Dwight Howard.
This what you're talking about, though, Matt?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that's what
I do think Centennial got a lot to do with this.
But let Tony, you go dig the gulch. You stay in the gulch. Get mud out of the gulch. Get buried under mud in the gulch. Stay over there. Stay out of basketball. Stay out of basketball matters. You know nothing.
Well, John, I was gonna say, John, the fact that he wrote like he's looking for an accomplished senior leader tells me like he is looking for somebody to handle day to day and him to step back.
Hey, man, you're right.
You're
absolutely right, man. Now, after what you did blew up in your face, now you are, and Matt, and you know what, Matt. Matt, I've got to tell you personally.
Mario, you forgot that.
I am very sorry that this ended up like this because I know that you had the utmost of faith in what they were doing. Okay. And thing is, these people let you down. And I really hate that because the thing is that, okay, they were trying to do something that was totally outside of their wheelhouse. You know, and you remember when me, you, Ticket, the analysts were on when this hire first came up. You know, when we talked about this, I gave a warning about the fact that the way that you guys came into power was wrong from the jump. It was the same thing, kind of like what happened when the Atlanta Spirit Group tried to get the Hawks and shafted that car dealer in Dallas that wanted to buy him, and ended up having to pay that doggone man because they had a deal on the table and they had to snatch it back, and they snatched it back, and the man already had a deal on the table to buy the team. It's just that crazy.
That's what them Ivy League foes do, man.
I understand that, but see, the thing is, it bites them in the behind. It always bites them in the behind because if you don't know what you're doing,
but John, I will say,
look at what you got,
for all the noise around Landry. I think he positioned us. I think he positioned us good. We got picks, we got money, we got roster spots. Like, I think if you want to say he was naive, cool. Naivete in his job, cool. But he lined us up, I think, pretty well for the summer. For whoever
could you say lined up, or did it just happen to happen this way?
I don't think that many good decisions are made by accident.
Larry, that right there. I don't give those. I'm sorry. I don't give these people no credit. It's the advisors. It's the advisors, man.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Salah was the assistant, but I mean, he came from Golden State, so he had a good voice in there. Was it Salah or was it Landry? If all of these maneuvering is Salah, that's why he got the job.
That's a good point. But my thing is that well, if that's the case, then what I'm about to say don't matter though. But I probably would have moved Quinn before I would have moved Landry based off of what I thought was, you know what I'm saying, everything.
I agree with you, Mike. I would have moved the coach,
but like you said though, if that was Salah or whatever, then hey, I mean,
if it's Salah,
that's the only reason why I think that, because
Matt got good points about maneuvering. It was up to Landry to fire. That's what I always say. If you got a bad coach and you're a manager, you better fire that coach, because if you don't, that coach is gonna get you fired.
You're right.
I don't think it had anything to do with that.
My fault.
I don't think Quinn got anything to do with that.
I don't know if it's Salah by himself, because, like I said, the fact that they're going out and hiring a president tells me like they don't. I mean, they trust him, but they're not giving him free reign of the organization either. So
and that is a good point, Matt. Because the thing is, you're supposed to hire the president first.
Yes, John.
That's the order.
But John, remember, if you
fire the coach and then bring in a president of basketball operations, and he assess what the GM has done. That's what I would have did. I think Landry should have been here longer than Coach Quinn. If you were going to fire anyone for this season, you fire Coach Quinn, you look at Landry. But that's what makes me think that Salah was the one getting this cap and stuff like that. That wasn't a Landry thing. Remember, they brought him in to be the capologist, right, Matt? Am I misspeaking?
But you don't have
correct, right? So he was, he was a scout, but he was more on the capologist side. So if all of this cap space was made by him, hey, we're gonna move Larry, we got Karras, we move Hunter, we got off his money. We can't give Landry that. If that was all Salah, then that's why he's fired. Because nothing that he did outside of picking Zachary Richichet.
He didn't do that though, bro. It's on film, bro.
See, that's the thing.
Somebody else would have been.
Look, that's the thing. All I'm saying is, man, the evidence is pointing towards Landry was a puppet. That's the evidence right now.
I won't insult the man like that, Larry. I won't insult the man like that.
But I'm just
okay. Well, I'm gonna say this about
it. Is that if Salah is still here and Landry's gone and Quinn is still here, what did Landry Fields really do?
John, Larry, when I read the press release, and nothing in there points to this was a disappointing season. Nothing points to the past. It points to going forward, leaning forward. I got to hire somebody that I trust to make the upcoming decisions. So that tells me he didn't trust Landry to make these difficult decisions that they have to make to move the team forward.
So will you give me this, man? Will you give me this?
We trust him to make.
Will you give me this?
I mean, I did. I did, but
when I told you that NBA GMs do not respect Landry, and you said no, they're always talking well of him and stuff like that. Why make the move? It's either Salah was making all the moves behind the scene, or Landry could never pull the trigger and get stuff done. It was always almost getting something done.
I would say the latter. I would say the latter. Maybe he couldn't pull the trigger.
So if he's not getting the deals done, and Salah it was a collaborative thing with Salah, but he couldn't get the deals done, that kind of backs what I was saying. Like, NBA GMs really didn't mess with him like that, and they try to get over. And the fact that we got, if David Griffin was fired because he undersold the value of Dice, that's why he's getting fired, because Dice is about to win Most Improved Player. I know you don't like him like that, but when he wins Most Improved Player and he's a top 3 in the Defensive Player of the Year candidacy, that means he's going to be first team All Team defense. That means that A, you got to send that apology, and B, that his value could sell high. And I love Dice.
Sell high. I'm thinking sell high. That's why I just said about the several complex.
You could sell high. I'm not advocating to trade Dyson. First of all, before somebody gets twisted in the chat, but it could happen with a new president. We don't know how we're going to.
All bets off. All bets are off.
I agree
because
all bets are off. All bets are off.
It's one thing that I will say with Landry that may be a flaw. When he drafts a player, he holds on to them tight, like it's a personal victory. You know what I'm saying? And not to go back to Siakam or whatever for Kobe, but there are moves. The Indiana Pacers are the Hawks without Siakam. They are.
I mean, I understand.
But Larry, again, like I said, Larry, if we get Siakam, does that make him with Trey? Does that make us a championship team or make us a second round?
It make us the Indiana Pacers, who are a definite team. And you also look. But here's the thing: instead of getting Siakam, you wasted picks to go get DJ. Right? So you don't have your own team. Even if you have a bad season, you can say, okay, we had a lot of injuries. JJ got hurt. Guess what? We didn't make the playoffs, but guess what? We got our own picks.
But John, but I keep calling you John. But Larry, look, to me that don't hold water. Larry, to me that don't hold water because, to me that's not a convincing argument to Trey. Hey, Trey, in year 7 we're going to plan a tank to get whomever, 18, 19-year-old to help.
No, they weren't tanking. They weren't purposely tanking. It just happened, just like this season happened.
So
you don't have to tell Trey you're going to tank. It just happened. So
I'm just saying I don't think that's a compelling argument to say, hey, Trey, even if we had our own picks, what was the intervening move that we would have made prior to this year?
If we have our own picks, we would have the draft capital right now to trade for a star player.
But we got 7 picks. We got 7 picks right now.
I'm talking no. But what I'm saying is What I'm saying is, if we had our own picks, we had a bad season. We could either draft who we're going to draft, or we could have actually fully tanked if we wanted to.
No, I got you. I'm just saying
what I'm saying is that even if we didn't try to fully tank, and the season went exactly the way it did, we still have the assets, this year and next year. You know what I'm saying? Plus having I know that the New York Knicks is in 2027. So we wouldn't count the Lakers because we wouldn't have Dyson. So that's kind of like the give and take. I don't want to really rag on Landry because he did get Dyson. But again, what's up, Mario?
You the GM, bro.
I'm the GM. Yes.
You the GM right now. With
Yes.
the pick,
Fire.
who are 2 guys you looking at to come and improve the team?
I really don't care about the picks. I would package up the picks and a player. Unfortunately, we have to package up a pick and a player instead of having our own.
Your own pick.
I think having 2025 of our own, especially since we had a bad season, 2026 and 2027 of our own picks would be more valuable than the Knicks pick and the Lakers pick. You see what I mean, Matt?
Controlling your own destiny.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't really buy that, Larry, because look, Larry, the pick we get from
the Lakers is guaranteed.
Sacramento right now. But the pick we getting from Sacramento is of a higher
It's a coin
value
flip.
than the pick we're giving to San Antonio.
It's a
Even
coin
now.
pick. It's a coin flip.
But I'm saying, right, it's a 96% chance to be the 13th pick. The pick we're giving to San Antonio is the 15th pick. So it's like the pick we got from Kevin Huerter trade. The pick we got from the Kevin Huerter trade is more valuable than that pick we given to San Antonio in the DJ trade.
That was a Travis Schlenk move. You can't give Landry Fields credit for that. That was going to happen regardless. So you can't.
No. Well, remember, it was after the DJ trade. Remember though, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, no, it was before. No, Kevin Huerter was traded to make room for DJ. Remember? Kevin Huerter was traded first.
It was a salary dog. It was a salary dog.
I thought it was after.
No, you're right. It was after. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So the pick we got, the sack pick, it's a good pick. It's a lottery pick.
All right, it's conveying now, or it should. It's 94% chance.
Yeah,
so hopefully,
96.
But we lose that coin flip. So if I'm the GM right now, if I had my own, well, right now I don't have my pick. I'm taking the Laker pick. I'm taking Sacramento pick. I'm gonna have to take a player, and I don't think we can get Giannis because they said no to Luka. So I don't think we have anything outside of Trey, and I really want to pair Trey with Giannis in the worst way. But I don't think it'll cost as much to go get KD. The problem is you may have to give up a young guy. I really don't want to. But if all it took was Dyson,
I give up.
If it took Dyson and
I give up Richard J, Dyson, and JJ.
No, not that much. It's not going to cost that much to get because I think you only got 2 more years on KD contract. So really and truthfully, it's one. So it's a rental. So no,
next season.
I'm not giving up. Look, if it's just a rental, I'm not even giving up Dyson. I mean, it's just going to be you can get 3 picks. I'll give you the Knicks pick, and I'll give you these 2 years picks. And that's it.
You got to make the money work, though.
I'm giving whatever money, whatever guys you got to do for money.
When you get that new manager and he got the eye test, and he go start drafting them little mutants to put around Trae Young and Kevin Durant. Go get that high sign mutant, that high sign Yang, that mutant. To play that center. We start putting them young
Hold on, Kool-Aid. You impeding, bro. You impeding.
Championship.
You impeding, bro.
Because if you go get Kevin Durant and then sign Naz Reid to, and if you want to keep him as a backup, that's fine to double O. I think he's done enough to be the starter. You know what I'm saying? Even though it hasn't resulted in wins, even though it hasn't, hold on, man. Even though it hasn't resulted in wins, his production has been better. We haven't seen it with JJ yet. You know what I'm saying? I want a 7'1" guy too. I'm with Mike and getting Yang personally. But what I'm saying right now, I think the Hawks are gonna go and get wing defense. Because we saw once DeAndre Hunter left, Zach ain't strong enough yet, and I think he'll put on some more weight. But we need to go get we get a Naz Reid.
We're gonna go get somebody that's gonna play some basketball.
Hold on. Let me flip it. All right.
So Matt, that's what I'm getting.
You the GM, bro. What are you doing?
He trading Dyson Daniels. I'm not trading Dyson for a rental.
Let him speak it.
For me, I'm going to try to get Lauri Markkanen. I think Lauri Markkanen is a perfect fit for what we're trying to do. He's 7 feet tall, 20-point a game scorer. He can somebody get the ball to in a block. So for me, I'm trading Dyson, Man, and multiple picks, 2, 3, whatever, to get Lauri Markkanen and putting him next to Trey.
No.
Why not?
Well,
This is what I'm doing. Hold up, I got a little game plan. I got a little game plan. This is what I do. This is what I do. This is what I do. This is what I do.
Go ahead, Mario.
This is what I do. Since everybody wants Trey to go, I trade Trey for that number one pick and try to get Cooper Flag. And I find me a point guard in the free agency.
Mario, they're not going to trade.
You ain't getting Cooper Flag.
Let me talk. Let me cook.
Yeah, cook, Mario. Cook. My bad. Cook.
I trade Trey for that pick and some more picks for a flag and some more picks. Then I go go into the market and try to get a power forward and a point guard. And I'll trade Zach ass up out of here. Yeah. I'll trade Zach to Utah. I go get Lauri Markkanen for Zach. Yeah.
What? I'm confused. Are you trying to win or rebuild?
I'm trying to win, Shot. I'm not trying to rebuild nothing. I'm sick of the rebuild. Ain't you sick of the rebuild?
So you want to go get rookies? And
well, where you are right now, you still gonna have to rebuild. That is a foregone conclusion. You got to rebuild.
Not if you go sign people like you go sign a Quentin Grimes and you go sign.
If you're going to keep Double O as your center.
Here's the only thing I think about.
Double O needs to learn how to play power forward.
For me, that's the only reasonable raise.
Oh, that foot is.
If you want to trade the league, that's the only reasonable thing.
He's a worse rebounder than Double O.
But see, but John and Mario, look, I don't want him to leave. I don't want Trey to leave. So my thing is when I get in marketing. Can I get in, John? Hold on, foot. I'm moving Zach up to the 2. Hold on, foot. I'm moving Zach up to the 2. I'm moving Zach up to the 2, and I got Lauri at the 3, JJ at the 4.
Everybody talking over everybody.
Hold on, foot.
Matt talking. Hey, but one person talking. It's just Matt. It's just Matt right now. How many people you hearing, Foot? It's just Matt talking right now, Foot. How many people? Look. Turn 2 of them computers off.
Can I get in real quick, fellas? I've been listening to y'all for a minute.
Hold on. Go ahead, Matt. I'm almost finished. John, listen to me, John. John, you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You got Zach 6'10". You got Lauri 7 foot 6'11", however tall he is. He's 7 feet. You got JJ 6'10", and then you got everybody next to Trey is 6'9" and above. Don't that sound nice, John? Don't that sound nice? Then you got somebody you can throw the ball to in the block with Lauri. You got a 20-point scorer with Lauri. You got somebody to lessen the offensive burden from Trey with Lauri and Zach Steele and JJ Steele. To me, that's the most reasonable thing to do if you're not going to try to
who's gonna rim protect.
Go get a legit 20-point guy next to Trey. And a scoring big, John, that you talk about all the time. A scoring big.
I need 3 now. I was going for 2, but I need 3. All right,
it's Foot turn. It's Foot turn.
I mean, somebody got to back him up, man. Somebody got to rest him up, and it's not Double O.
Foot.
Let me tell y'all something.
Your crazy butt was a GM.
Look here, man. So I know a lot of us been talking on Facebook on the messages, and I've been listening to y'all for the past hour, and I just got home, so I ain't get a chance to really get into it. But I'm just hearing y'all doing a lot of speculation, right? Number one.
That's all we got.
I know. Number one, the Landry thing was already done way before now. It's not a surprise. This ain't no last minute decision. Landry already knew he was going to be gone. You know, I hear folks talking about, well, what he doing? He already knew he playing corporate. All right. Number two, Landry was a do boy. All right. Y'all know who's the Hawks ownership? Who's part of it? Who got some pieces of it?
I got a little bit.
Grant
Who,
Hill,
Grant
right?
Hill? Grant Hill is an absentee owner.
Let me tell y'all something, man. Them folks ain't as absent as y'all think they are. You see what I'm saying? Especially not a Grant Hill caliber type guy.
Who's
Stop it.
Jamie Gertz?
I seen Grant Hill on NBA TV.
Y'all gonna listen? Y'all gonna let me talk or what?
That's Tony's wife, the actress.
Well, you made a statement directing it towards me, so that's why I responded for it.
He got less than 25% of the team.
Can I finish?
Oh, go ahead.
So, Matt,
You got it, brother. You got it.
So Landry has always been the do boy. You know why Landry was in that position? Because when they messed up, and
he was gonna be the scapegoat.
Well, he was already gonna be scapegoat. They messed up when this whole Travis Schlenk went down, right? So Travis,
you see what he wrote. Now who put that up? Mike do that.
Playing 2K. You had Lil Nicky and stuff playing 2K. So now Trey pressured them for DJ. It's not Trey's fault, but he pressured them. They listened. So that's their fault.
Stupid.
For that whole thing with that Schlenk and that DJ, that is the organization's fault. It ain't Trey's fault. He pushed it after all, but they made the damn decision. Right?
Y'all did.
So
y'all did.
That is ownership. All right.
So 100%.
When you look at that, that's that. But that was a long time ago. Like somebody said, "Oh, it's Trey." No, it ain't Trey. Trey in the original Landry gone because there was 2 consultants came here, right? Y'all know that, right? There was 2 consultants. One of them came from Cleveland.
Yeah.
They thought he was gonna take the job. They didn't take the job, right? Then nobody wanted this job because it was a fucking train wreck. All right. So
I told y'all.
What I keep telling y'all to be listening. The beginning of this year, what did I say? I said the Hawks have taken back over this organization, right? When I said that, that means all the dumb non-basketball folks making decisions. You know, they stopped letting them go free for playing 2K. Now you mentioned your guy who's the interim GM right now. So there was a group of people. Landry wasn't making the damn decisions because at the end of the day, Tony Wrestler still have to sign off on anything. Anything that happened, it needs to own the signature. That's how that works in the NBA, right? Even though you got a GM. So now Landry was the scapegoat for what you see now, right? And Landry is the scapegoat for what's about to happen in the near future, right? Now Chauncey don't told y'all long time ago Landry gonna be the scapegoat, so he gonna be it twice, right? Now y'all do y'all now understand why did we go get we was sharing salary last year? I mean, this year, we didn't go get nobody at free agents. Do y'all understand now why we didn't? Because somebody new gonna come in. It didn't make no sense. We are what I said, we are rebuilding. I told y'all this year is a wash. I told y'all just chill out, man. Just go through the flow. This was a wash. They shared the salary. And now you got some flexibility. You know that flexibility. I think Landry mentioned that, and was it Quinn? Somebody else mentioned it in a what you call it, exit interviews. But y'all, a lot of y'all claiming, oh, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. That don't make no sense. It did make a lot of sense. Why we got to share salary, right?
For what?
So I'm gonna say it again. I told y'all beginning of the season that Trae Young and the Hawks are already talking. That's why you saw him being more of a leader. He changed his tune after he said that Zachary Ricochet bullshit, right? He been all corporate. So that's all I'm gonna leave y'all with that for the most part. But watch what happens next. All right.
Hey, Foot.
Huh?
No, my bad. Marion, go. My bad. Go ahead, man.
Watch what happens next. Because right now, your boy batting 1,000.
Who?
1,000? I think you got the decimal.
Oh! You talking about you? I thought you talking about somebody from the Hawks. Oh wait, look. Hold up. If you betting 1,000, I'm betting 1,500.
That's fine.
Because I told y'all that these jokers
again. Landry was just a puppet. holding position for a meantime. That's all he was. You kept saying, let him, and Landry ain't cooking shit. Because at the end of the day, it's a group of people that was making a lot of those key decisions. And now you finna see, that's why I told y'all, give it 3 years. I told y'all beginning of the season, give it 3 years. We are rebuilding, give it 3 years. Year one's done. We got 2 more before we start really competing. So
I said that.
I'm just saying, man.
Well, now hold on. Well, I'm gonna let somebody else go. I'm gonna let somebody else go, but I got to rebut that.
It ain't no so-called whole bunch of insider stuff either. You know, it might be a little bit, but not a whole. Most of that, what I'm talking about.
But they laid the breadcrumbs out for the conclusions that we drew because it was so stupid. I mean, look, it was so stupid what was going on with these people that you could see that with a dirty 8 ball.
Did I not tell y'all guys that DJ was gonna get traded? Did I not tell y'all that DJ was gonna get traded at the beginning of the year and that they were trying to trade him before
what
the
did
year started? Did I not tell y'all that? Did I not tell y'all that? Did I not start the year saying I can't wait for the trade? And I named out 3 to 4 people that was gonna get traded, and it happened. Did I not say that?
The dude fired. What that got to do with anything, bro? Y'all just be talking in circles, bro. Like, what are y'all talking about? What are we
go
doing?
ahead, man.
What are we doing moving forward? What is that about?
We don't know.
I'm gonna tell you,
Mario, we don't know.
Right here.
Rebuilding.
That Landry getting fired.
We don't know. Yeah, you can put it under the subheading.
Win.
You can put it under subheading rebuilding, but we don't know.
Getting fired,
I have no
idea. Mean the point of view that the ownership is listening to Trae Young.
Who cares?
Saying he
Man,
won
who
the
cares?
championship.
Marion,
and now,
what you
this is
talking
let
about,
me
bro?
know that they are going to start doing what it takes to win.
No, they ain't.
When Sid made that 1 point and said somebody,
I believe it when I see it.
Really
I believe it when I see
like
it.
I told you, just before it happened, I told y'all Landry was gonna get fired, and everybody said, "No, they ain't gonna do that. The rest ain't gonna do that. That's their boy." I told y'all Landry was gonna get fired, and I said, if Landry don't fire Quinn, he gonna get fired. You know, Landry should have fired Quinn himself before he left.
Now that's a question.
He should have fired Quinn, the problem
Marion,
is,
I'm sorry.
The problem is that Landry loves what his picks, and with him got Quinn, he was gonna ride that man out. He was gonna ride that man
Landry out right now. That's what he is.
And so what I told y'all, Landry was gonna get fired. And I said fire Landry. How many times I said fire Landry? How many times I say fire Quinn? Guess who coming up next? When this new manager come in, guess who going next? Quinn. Quinn is not gonna be part of this new whatever y'all call rebuild. I call it reprocessing. Because what is now when my boy said, now ask, do T have inside sight? When they were picking that Trae Young on that 520 show, and they were picking at him about him getting texts and stuff like that, and they laughing at him, and your boy over there, the other boy say, "Oh, send him over here to get Trae up out there, send him over to Orlando. I bet he'll be killer with Paulo them." And they went, yeah. And then T said, "Hey, don't worry about it. Just get Trae some help." And when he said get Trae some help, he said, but we got to get rid of the 3 yellow boys. You can't have all yellow boys. So one of the yellow boys gonna be gone.
All right, Kool-Aid. We going off the deep end. Marion, please save us.
I'm just saying. So when
Kool-Aid, let that man talk.
Somebody coming, bro.
Nothing. Come on, man.
He wants some.
He said it was thank y'all for letting me speak on Kool-Aid TV.
Hey Mary, we got too many up here now. Kool-Aid, we got to drop one. Nah, let me stop.
Hey, but you can't be back 1,000 when you told people that it's gonna be Trae and DJ running it back. I just want to put that out there for a second.
That is true.
But in terms of the future, I want to talk about the future. I think that the move Landry, it signals that we're probably going to try to do something big in the area of trade, because we wouldn't have moved Landry out if we were planning on continuing development and trying to win through the draft, because Landry really didn't have problems with the draft. We've done our scouting. Where Landry's problems were, and it was dealing with other GMs and having connections with other GMs. Something that they say this guy Sela has is connections with other GMs. So if he remains intact, because once you put in the president of basketball operations, you got to give him the leeway to build his own crew. But if Sela remains intact and the new president of basketball operations it goes forward with him, I believe that we'll probably be trying to look to do some type of big trade. And if Giannis becomes available, my hope is that we go after Giannis. And yeah, one of y'all sacred cows might have to leave this place, but to get Giannis, I think that it makes all the difference in the world. We have to put some type of championship level player. If we get the opportunity to get a championship level player on this team, I think it would make us better. Because like I always say, basketball is about windows. You only have certain windows of time to reach the championship. You can't continue to say I'm developing. And then once you develop a player, you have to send them off because you're doing a salary dump. That's what we've been doing. That's the cycle that we've been running. So I believe that somebody probably looked at it and said, okay, it's time for an end of development. We need
I can't see through it.
Place where we try to get to the championship.
I don't think we got a
It ain't got nothing to do with looking at the development. Every sport's got type of sports.
The Hawks like my high school, man. No windows, man. Shout out to Redan.
Shout out to Redan.
I agree with you, Marion. I do think trade is on the table because we saw over the last 2 years. Like last year, they tried to get Market in. The year before that, they tried to get Siakam.
So like
How you know, man? How you know?
I said it was reported that they came close to getting Market in.
Y'all got to stop looking at what's reported, right?
How else supposed to know, Foot?
I don't know. You said it, man.
You said we're not supposed to go off of what's in the news. Also, we're supposed to assess information.
You always use
because I have to go with what's reported.
That's all I'm saying.
I have to go with what's reported.
I speculate. Then that's
fine. I will push back on that. Landry knew. I'll push back that Landry knew he was fired. I don't think he knew he was fired because he wouldn't have spoke like he spoke at that exit interview.
Hey, Landry was playing corporate. All right.
Nah, I don't know. That dude was confident and cocky in that. How dare y'all?
He used a lot of future checks.
There's no way he would have made the statements he said if he knew he was out the door.
Why wouldn't he?
He had that press conference and he had a talk with Uncle Tony and cousin Nick.
So
that's what happened.
Let me ask you a question. So you don't think Landry was on the hot seat? He think he going by there.
No, I knew Landry was on the hot seat. So but to say that he knew he was fired when that exit interview literally spits in the face of that, like he thought he was here to the point that he sat up there and said, "There's no way that I would get rid of Snyder. That's my boy." You know what I'm saying? So he had the ultimate confidence and cockiness that his job was safe.
Have y'all been
not so fast, my friend?
Have anybody
that was the question. They asked him the question, would you fire Quinn Snyder? He said no. And I told you
no, I couldn't hear you.
Been firing Quinn Snyder.
Hold on, Kool-Aid. What you say?
Anybody been in corporate leadership? That's John. So John, you understand corporate leadership, right?
To a degree, yeah.
You don't know how the bullshit works, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
He playing company man because guess what? Landry gonna be looking for another job at some point, right? So you agreed that Landry was on the hot seat, right?
Yeah, of course I do.
So of course us fans ain't gonna hear a lot of shit that's going on, right? So you don't think you think it was just a surprise to him?
I think Landry got blindsided because
I
feel like this is what I feel.
I think it's a
This is what I
surprise to
feel.
him, just like all the other coaches got fired, and
This is
the
what I feel.
GM got fired these last past
It's
week.
like
Then none of them was sitting there talking
if
about.
your best.
I know what's going to happen. I'm taking a fall. No, all of them got surprised. Well, none of them expecting to be fired. All of them, they were better. They were better than Landry.
Go ahead, Larry.
So no, it don't work like that. Even a player don't even. Most players don't even know they're gonna be traded.
Kool-Aid, Larry was talking. Let him finish first.
If
bro.
your COO gets fired, excuse me, your CFO, if your COO passes away, and you have quarterly drops, that's not going to be on the acting COO. You feel me? So you just got to look at it like that. Like, you lost JJ. Your quarterlies aren't going to be the same. The person who's picking it up is not going to be the same. Oh, Moji. Come on, man. So you can't look at it like we knew he was on a hot seat because we don't have our trades, and everybody is lamenting that was a bad deal. Now he made up for it for getting the
that was already done.
But he had to make the playoffs. That was the ultimatum for Trey. He wanted to make the playoffs. So if you don't make the playoffs and the roster moves don't help, then yes, your job is in danger. But he was speaking so matter-of-factly, like, we're going to do this. We're going to continue to move forward. We're, trying to win while rebuilding. You don't say anything. All you would say is like, look, we have reevaluations after the season, and we'll see where we move from there. When they ask about Quinn or players, that's what would have been the answer if he want to save his job to get enough. See, he's not going to bash the organization. I get that.
What you think, Larry.
But he's not going to placate. He was speaking matter-of-factly, like he was going to be there. And Quinn was going to be there.
Speak matter-of-factly. So what I'm trying to tell you,
the reason why I challenge
no, I just disagree with you, Foot. I mean, we can agree to disagree.
The whole JJ being involved, JJ being here and all the roster stuff like that. This was before JJ, right? This ain't got nothing to do with Trey, ain't got nothing to do with JJ, right? So when you look at it like that, just like Trey came out himself and said, when a lot of folks, even up here, talking about, oh, we hurt. Trey himself they ain't got nothing to do with it.
Trey did say no excuses. I felt like we had the roster to win.
Exactly, like I've been saying, right? And everybody want to come in, no, whatever.
Yeah, Trey did say that.
At who? Quinn.
But when you look at it,
we had the roster to win, but Quinn didn't win.
Corporate, like I was saying, Larry, when you talk about being corporate, it's a way the shit works. Because I've been in corporate leadership I got my own shit, but I was in corporate leadership for a long
feel you on that, Foot, but if your star players say we had the players to get there.
I disagree with that.
You don't just get fired just like today. I'm gonna fire you without knowing already, right? Not at those type of positions, because like you said, the quarterly, if you're in corporate sales or something, that's what we already been talking about.
Larry, I disagree with that.
I got that you given. You didn't do that. So what I'm trying to tell you, this is that decision. Y'all see, I'm gonna tell you one thing the Hawks do very well is holding goddamn the cards. You don't know what the hell going on. You see a lot of people blame Tony is ultimately responsible for everybody, but
I agree
on Tony too much as far as what y'all think going on.
Hey, now that can be good.
Is Tony worse than Jerry Jones?
And that can be bad too. No. That can be bad too because of the fact that if you don't know what you're doing and you are the head man, you just make
exactly what John is saying.
Well,
I think he's
you could be in a situation just like your president is right now.
That's what Tony messed up. Putting them guys, giving that control to how the whole thing going on with DJ and Travis Schlenk. That's why he messed up. He messed that up. That's ultimately
he messed up the Luka and Trey trade.
He messed up. Look, wait a minute. He messed up by not letting basketball people run the basketball team.
Exactly, John.
Okay, that's where he messed up because
that's why I say he's worse than Jerry Jones.
The nepotism
What was the first mistake?
John,
who's the basketball people?
the nepotism came
Trading
later.
Luka.
The doggone nepotism
But
came
the
later
first
because
one
see the
was what,
thing
Mario?
was
Trading
you
Luka.
undermined your general manager from the first he got here because you and that damn you and Mark Cuban made a deal behind your general manager's back.
That was
doing that
guys.
stupid
I'm
bit.
telling y'all,
Yeah,
y'all got it wrong.
the
I was
whole
there.
so-
Y'all
so-
keep saying that stuff in the one light that I was there, man.
So
Travis
wait a
wanted
minute,
Trae
wait a
Young
minute. Now
from the beginning.
Kool-Aid.
Go,
No,
I got the sound bite with
Mark
Mark Cuban talking about him. I'm
Kool-Aid.
telling you, you got it totally wrong, man.
Kool-Aid, you was at the draft
No,
party.
Mark Cuban.
What John is talking about-
I got the interview from Mark Cuban.
I know who we was going to get from day one, bro. I was there. I was right there talking to the guy. He was going upstairs and coming down and telling me who they were going to take and how it was going to go down. Mark Cuban had nothing to do with us getting Trae Young. We
Mark
wanted
Cuban
Trae Young
didn't have
from day
everything
one.
to do with that.
And
Kool-Aid.
Dallas wanted Luka.
No. Mark Cuban tells a different story. But Mark Cuban tells a different story, Kool-Aid.
The whole deal with Luka and Dallas was that he had a fear that he was not going to get Dallas in that fourth spot. And the only place he
Mark
was
Cuban.
only place
Kool-Aid.
he thought he had a chance to get him was to make a deal with the Hawks in the third spot so they could
Kool-Aid.
That's right.
flip-flop. And then it wasn't
Kool-Aid.
Travis wanted
That's
Trae
right.
Young on day one. He didn't want Luka. Nobody wanted Luka. That's what I'm trying to tell
No, he
y'all.
didn't want.
Nobody
He actually wanted.
Luka.
Oh, now, hey, Kool-Aid,
No,
you're
Luka
absolutely
didn't.
right.
Luka didn't want
You're
us.
absolutely. Hey.
Luka didn't want us
Kool-Aid.
like Halliburton
Kool-Aid,
didn't
you
want
wrong
us.
about that,
Atlanta
Kool-Aid.
Hawks wanted Trae Young.
Hey, Kool-Aid.
Memphis wanted
Kool-Aid,
Jackson.
you're right.
And
Kool-Aid,
what
No,
you're right.
Kool-Aid's not right.
You're right.
John,
Cuban
Kool-Aid is
thought
not right.
Memphis was going to take
He is
was gonna
wrong.
take
Hold
Luka
All
in
the
the
way.
fourth spot.
Can we hear from Jay?
And I usually don't say when people are wrong. Kool-Aid, it's an opinion, but Kool-Aid, we were going to draft Luka Doncic.
That boy Jay
The
Pop.
owner stepped in.
Oh, Jay.
Let
There you go.
To the draft,
How you gonna
Kool-Aid.
tell me you was not there? I was there
Kool-Aid.
in the decision making.
Kool-Aid, there is a video. There's
I
Mark
got a
Cuban
video.
is
I'm
talking
gonna do
about
this
it.
soundbite
Mark
with
Cuban
Mark
said
Cuban
that he
saying
spoke
we were
with Tony
taking that part.
Ressler
Mark Cuban said,
prior
I
to the draft.
already know who
Kool-Aid.
Atlanta wants. I know they want Trae Young.
All right. You're right.
I
You're
got
right.
it. I'm gonna play it on tape. I got it on tape. He said
You're right, Kool-Aid.
we tried hard as hell to tank to get to the 3 spot because we thought Luka, because we the only ones thought
The
Luka was going
former
to go
owner
number one.
of the Mavericks said that he spoke with Tony Ressler
I
to
know he
get
spoke with Tony
the deal.
Ressler so they can make the deal on the flip flop so they can hold Luka, but he thought he was gonna lose Luka in the fourth draft in the 4th spot. The only chance he had, I thought we were gonna lose Luka in the 1 spot, but they took 8. I thought we were gonna lose Luka in the 7th spot, but what his name was taken. So he said the only chance we got was to go and call the Atlanta Hawks so we can make a deal because we know who Atlanta want. They want Trae Young. That's what he said. I got the soundbite coming straight out of his mouth.
Hey, bro.
I was there. I was there in the decision.
Why would Travis
he said, and the dude came downstairs and told me,
Kool-Aid,
Trae Young.
Kool-Aid, why would Travis Schlenk go and shame his owner and say, I wanted Luka Doncic out of his mouth during the draft party that you were attending? Why? He was like, I really don't want Trae Young.
I don't even know where
I
you got
want
the soundbite
Luka.
from. I got the soundbite. I got the soundbite. When I play my soundbite, I got the soundbite with Travis.
I know you got the soundbite, Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid. I know you got the soundbite. What I'm telling you is, what I'm asking you is why would the GM of 3 years say, no, adjust getting Travis Schlenk and saying, or 2 years, my bad, because you had to tank and then get Trae Young. So why would a newly branded GM come out at a draft party and said, my owner is dumb because he wants Trae Young over Luka. He would never say that.
When
He
he
would
said that,
say, I facilitated this.
you
I
got the
wanted
sound
Trae
bite on
Young.
that. You
I
got the
wanted
sound bite. You
Trae Young.
got it. You got the
No,
sound bite
what
on
I'm
that.
telling you is, Kool-Aid, the soundbite you have is him going along with what the owner wanted, just like what Coach Bud had to do when getting Dwight Howard and not re-signing Al Horford.
Dude,
Coach
I was
Bud
there
wanted to
talking to the
re-sign.
guy and making
Coach
decisions
Bud
on who
wanted
he's
to
going to get. He
re-sign.
went
Coach Bud,
upstairs and come back down and was
Coach Bud
giving me
wanted to
the
re-sign
information.
Al
That's what I'm
Horford.
trying to tell you. The guy was going
Did Coach
upstairs and
Bud
coming
did
back down
Coach
and
Bud
giving me
come out
the
and say,
information. I'm trying to tell you.
hey, Kool-Aid, did Coach Bud come out and say, I didn't want Dwight? Did he say it in the media? No, he showed it in his playing time, but he never came out and said I didn't want Dwight Howard over Al Horford. Right? So why would a GM
Who was
of
the
2
general
years
manager?
say
Who was the general manager when Bud was who had took over
that
general
was
manager?
Coach Bud was the president and acting GM of the team? He was not going
Exactly.
to come out against his new owner and say, my owner's stupid. He wants Dwight Howard over Al Horford. He was never going to do that. So again, why would Travis Schlenk come out and say, my owner's stupid? He wants Trae Young over Luka to sell tickets to
You
black people.
see, you
That's
don't even
what
know nothing about
happened.
that Boonholzer deal and that what went down. What Boonholzer wanted to do, he wanted to play both. He wanted, listen what I'm gonna
Bullholzer
tell you.
didn't
He
play
wanted Dwight
Dwight
Howard,
Howard.
and
He
now listen
showed
what
he
I'm
didn't
gonna
want
tell you.
Dwight Howard
You
with
got
not
that
playing
wrong
him.
too.
Pass the
You was
mic,
not
Hey,
there.
Jay.
You
Go
got
ahead,
it
Jay.
wrong again. I was there on
Go
both
ahead,
of
Jay.
them. You was
Let Jay get
wrong.
in.
This is like
Let Jay get in and get
Let's go,
something.
Go
Jay.
ahead, Jay.
Go ahead,
Go
Jay.
ahead, Jay.
how y'all doing tonight, fellas?
What's up,
What
bro?
up, man?
I'm good.
My first time being on with you, but my condolences to you, man. I've been praying for you and your family. But yeah, on this Landry got fired
Appreciate
today.
it.
Um, I honestly, I'm gonna be real. I think it was the wrong decision. But I understand things happen behind closed doors, and we don't exactly know what happened. Um, I look at it very simply. Landry Fields kind of inherited a mess, whether he was involved in the Nick Wrestler debacle to get Dejounte Murray or not is besides the point. Once he took over, the Hawks had bad contracts, no draft picks, no flexibility, and no coach for a while. I mean, should they had to go out and hire Quinn Snyder. And you fast forward 2 years later, they've gotten out of all the long term money. We have two draft picks, one of which is better technically than our own. And the Kings is like we're gonna have 13 and 22. We have flexibility to make moves this summer. I thought he was the first GM in a while that had a vision for team building when he talked about Hawks DNA, big, long, switchable, two-way player type guys. I thought he went about him and Kyle Korver, went about executing to build the roster out for that, and I was excited to see what they would do. But we'll see what the new regime does. I just, for me, if it was a change, I would have thought it would have been more on the coaching front, honestly, than the GM. That's just me. I heard DeMar talking earlier where he was talking about, we didn't put guys on 10 days and we didn't we didn't buy out Cody Zeller. Which I mean, honestly, I don't blame him as a fan because I don't really expect fans to be that in the details, but it just doesn't work that way. Like to buy a guy out in the NBA, there's a difference between a buyout and a lease. And a buyout, the player is giving back money. It's not the team is liable to pay you. The player has to give back money. Cody Zeller was not going to work with the Hawks on the buyout, and you needed the contract to get Dyson Daniels and to make the money work. So I mean, he's smart enough. His camp is smart enough to know there's no new guaranteed contract out there if he gives the Hawks back money. They dumped him and they created a roster spot. And I get what people are saying. Maybe we could have addressed backup point guard, but the problem was once you lost JJ, you had a problem in the front court. And I just felt like the Hawks looked at it and were better equipped to make the back. Like, you can go and find 10-day guys. It's the purpose kind of the two-way contract with King Wallace. I just thought they did the right thing by using the opportunity to try and develop Veet and Dyson more on the ball as backups. I think in the long run that made more sense.
and there was a bigger need in the front court, I thought he tried. There's no one player out there that's going to replace Jalen Johnson. I think we all know that. I thought he did a decent enough job at trying to patchwork something together with Niang and what's his name and I'm drawing a blank on his name, and Mo Gay. But at the end of the day, man, the Hawks didn't lose these games because they didn't have a backup. They lost these games because they just didn't have enough bigs. I mean, I know what you mean, Foot, but like at the end of the day, man, the drop off between having Clint Capella and Larry Nance and going to Mo G and Don Barlow with the Kongwu is pretty stark. And minus Jalen Johnson. So I thought all things considered, you won more games without Dejounte Murray and losing Jalen Johnson, and you were in a better position going to the summer than you were last year. So I don't really understand how you get fired for. I'm not saying he's like this amazing. I'm not calling him Sam Presti or Danny Ainge or anything, but he wasn't doing a bad job. I thought he was actually doing a good job as a general manager. He set us up. So how do you get fired?
How you get fired your day off, Craig?
let me ask a question. Let me ask a question to Jay. Hey Jay, how do you know that that the moves that you like were moves that Quinn made? I mean that
exactly.
But
like, moves that you like were moves that Landry made.
Like I said, there's always things that go on behind the scenes that we don't know. We ultimately don't know if that was truly his move. It could have been. I don't think Ansi Salah was on the staff yet when we made the move, but it could have been. It could. We'll never know. I just know general manager is like the quarterback. You get all the credit when things go right, and you get all the blame when things go wrong. So
what if you're the quarterback and the backup is in the game winning?
But we don't. That's what I'm saying to you. We don't know. We'll never truly know that because those happen behind the scenes. All I know is the guy they tried it out there every day, every Thursday on 92.9 game. Every time it's time to talk to Hawks fans was Landry Fields, and because of that, he takes the bullets when things are going poorly and people are saying we need to do this and this and this and trade this guy for Kevin Durant and that. And this team's like he takes all those bullets. So he should get all the same credit when it comes to the trades that get made. That's how it works.
But if there's a problem with other GMs and their respect for Landry Fields, and he can't get the deals done, but his backup, his replacement, the guy that you brought in to be the professional in the room is able to do it. Because understand, we brought in 2 assistant GMs last year, and one of them was Salah in May. So we brought in guys that could help pick up the pieces for our on-the-job training GM. So since he was on-the-job training, and we got these other guys who are really doing the heavy lifting in the background. Why do we need him?
Again.
And just by virtue of the fact that you hired them, makes them. See, that clouds the issue completely. Just by virtue of the fact that you had to hire.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. To Mary's point, we'll never know that because we're not in those rooms. But to Foot's point, if obviously
I know it.
Promoted to general manager, but if I'm like they're hiring a president, we haven't had a president of basketball operations since Travis Schlenk was fired. I want everybody to understand that there's been no guy in that seat, and they're talking
and that was only 6 months, Jay. That was on 6 months.
No. You had one. You had one. You had one. Nick Russell.
They did not move him. He was never moved up to president of basketball operations. That seat has been
because they didn't want to have to fire him.
Well, but you don't need. You can have a general manager and a president of basketball operations. They're not.
You already had a GM.
You actually should.
But I'm saying, why y'all ain't talking about Kyle Korver? Hold on, Kyle Korver.
He's an assistant. He's an assistant.
Kyle Korver
He's a shooting coach. That's all he is.
Hold on.
And a scout.
Hey, Foot. One of us could be vice president.
I know
it's just a title.
Why did they move him up to intern position until they find somebody?
Who? Kyle Korver?
No, because Salah was doing all the work.
Kyle Korver don't have no panache.
Hey, Foot.
Kyle Korver couldn't call, man. He's still a 3-point shooter, Foot. That's all he is.
No. Foot. Kyle Korver's role, as the Hawks have defined it, and as all came out, his role is player development and scouting. So he's at
player
all
development and scouting.
These kids. He's at all the scouting circuits, all the A. Like that's Kyle Korver. I know that. I mean, I asked that question for a reason. Oh yeah,
I mean,
whether or not Landry Fields has the eye for talent, we'll never know. I do think.
What up, Larry?
In terms of the contract, I do think he's a good contract negotiator. I mean, I don't think.
Why would they fire the GM who freed up $50 million in salary cap, who got off of DeAndre Hunter money, who set us up for Hawks fans are saying for a bright future, drafted Zach and straight like took Dyson from them in a fleasing. If he was the one who did that,
but Larry,
why would they fire him unless Steeler was the guy who did all that? He'll take this trade.
Larry, hold on, wait, Larry. Because one thing.
Most of the time, you fire the coach first before you fire the
I'm gonna tell you like this. All you got to do is look at the Hawks in attendance. You're 30th in attendance.
Oh, they 30th in attendance. That's also great point, Damon.
And why you 30th in attendance? Because you're not winning. When you're not winning, you're not making money.
And he need that playoff money too.
Well, wait a minute. About that 30th.
When did we find out we were 30th in attendance?
Oh, it came out.
About that 30th in attendance. A couple
days ago.
But that 30th in attendance though, we got one less home game than every team. And
hey man, that swag surfer get boring.
Marion.
Okay, that's fair enough, Marion.
Well, hang on, Marion, because
that's not to say that he's good. I just want to
out context.
I just wanted to be
30th in attendance because
that's fair, Marion. That's fair.
Average people.
I think we probably about 27.
But that ain't.
But that's not. It's not the average number of fans going to the game is misleading because it doesn't. Every arena is different capacities. So the Hawks might be at 18,000, but y'all got to remember they reduced it. They reduced State Farm to 20,000. So the Hawks have they're on a sellout streak. They're selling tickets. It's just they don't have a 24,000 seat arena. They
don't even sell out. They don't even sell out State Farm.
I wish we had ticketing here because he could definitely tell us
every game.
No, they may have sold the tickets, but motherfuckers don't be in there.
But that don't matter to the business. They don't care if people are.
I'm just saying.
They don't care if people in there. They just care about.
It's the ticket sales, not the attendance.
I be looking at the stadium. It be empty like a mug down there.
But a lot of people be in the clubs though, tomorrow.
Attendance is
because
they just don't. They not paying. They not paying. They not paying $800. They not paying no $800 and $600 for no team. That's sorry, bro. They not finna do it. I wouldn't pay no. If I were rich, I wouldn't pay no $600 for no team that ain't got no stars out there.
All I'm saying is, if you look at the Hawks capacity numbers, they report over 80% capacity, which is in the top 10 of the league. Again, the 30th and as they
that was a good point, Damon.
Tony Russell said Landry. Jay, you must didn't hear me today. Let me tell you what Tony Russell told Landry. He said, Landry, thank you for Dyson Daniels. Thank you for what's the other boy name?
Zachary Ricochet.
Thank you for Zachary Ricochet. But I need you to leave your key card at your desk.
It is what it is. I'm not. I mean, look, it's just
on your way out.
They got their GM. I want to
hold on. Who was that pick? Was it Landry or Sealer?
Hey, you be like this. Security.
I think the Dyson deal with Sealer.
Security.
I'm 100% sure that Dyson deal with Sealer.
Hey, Damon.
I really want to say.
Hey, Damon.
What you think?
Hey, Damon.
You think that was Sealer?
Larry,
Hey, as soon as I saw that, as soon as I saw he was fired, bro, I said, "Somebody check on Matt."
Matt, you're not firing the man that get third. Out of getting rid of Dejounte Murray, you got rid of that money. You got 2 picks back, and you got a 21-year-old defensive player of the year.
Larry, I got a question for you, Larry.
Yes, sir.
when the last time we was over 500?
It's been a long time since
That's
Nate.
why Landry Fields ass up out of here, Jay the Hawks fan.
But hold on, wait, but hold on, wait.
I
But the
call
difference,
you Jay the Landry fan.
I mean, I'm a fan of the team. All I'm saying, man, is I don't like.
Bum, bro. He has
doing
zero
a good
strength,
job.
Jay.
I don't think.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. One, Salah, he's never been a GM before, ever. So like to say Landry didn't have any.
Hey, he's not my pick. I don't want that dude.
That's one. That's one. Two.
So
Okay, that's fair, man.
Hey, man. He looked like he sell. He looked like he sell jewelry in the middle of Greenbrier Mall. Yeah,
Two. I'm not trying to get the man banned. Two. I will say, if you look at the press release from when Travis left, they talked about disappointment on the court.
Man, forget a press release, man.
Let me finish.
Let him finish.
Anything else is speculation. I gotta take
Go
the man
ahead.
at his word.
What?
With Travis, he mentioned disappointment on the court. We were disappointing. The record, the on-court performance was disappointing. This press release, he mentioned nothing about on-the-court production. He mentioned nothing about the past. He mentioned going forward in the summer, I want somebody to make the right, accurate, precise decisions based on what we have going forward. So like I said, I don't think it had anything to do with the record or anything like that. It had to do with Landry, maybe not him having confidence in Landry to make the right decisions this summer.
Landry don't have the respect of the league GM.
No, ain't got nothing to do with Larry.
Larry and
ain't got nothing to do with respect.
Larry and Marion stated that this man is a goofball. He's a goofball when it comes to doing trades. He's a goofy when it comes to doing
that host
in-office work.
Shit.
That's a quote.
He could never explain what that was.
I seen that article.
He never could explain what that was. Oh, word salad ass talking. Man, I'm glad he up out of here, dog. Get up out of here. That bullshit. 30 minutes I listened to that last yo, I ain't go front. Yo.
Corporate. It's corporate.
That is messed up how Tony Russell let him do the press
exit video and then made him exit.
He was already fired.
Bars.
Y'all don't listen to me.
That fool say, "Yo, Quinn Snyder job is good." I'm like, "Nigga, your job ain't good. Shit, your ass."
Exactly. That's why I think he didn't know.
I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew.
What you mean he didn't know? He ain't look at his product and look. You ain't made the playoff.
I don't think Quinn checked. I don't think he checked his email.
Bro.
Yo, he went in that exit interview all cocky, and then he saw that message from Tony. Email, see me before the exit video.
Because here's the thing. Because this is why I say
Matt, your boy ain't been the same since he was on Dancing with the Stars, bro. I'm just keeping it.
Who was that?
Hey, look. All
I'm twerking and shit. Nobody respect that guy, man.
Oh,
okay. All I'm saying is, I hope Salah can do a good. Well, he's not gonna make.
Listen, you can have me on record. I don't want.
I hope this president. I hope whoever this president is.
I don't want the Salah dude. Tony Wrestler, listen to me, Tony Wrestler. Get a blank check. Go give it to Bob Myers.
Please.
Paying that man no $20 million a year.
Do that. Stop hiring dudes before you hire their supervisor. Like, hire the president, let him pick his GM. Damn.
And step back and don't interfere.
That ain't happening.
Do not interfere.
It ain't that difficult, Tony Russell, but you just have to put one of your yes dudes in them spots, bro.
That's the thing, though.
You're not seeing what the Hawks are doing. They're bringing back a lot of the pieces and personnel from the 60-win team. That's why Elton Brand is out there as the front runner.
If they get Elton Brand, I'm gonna break something, bro.
Jay.
They brought
Jay, don't say that.
Right? Did y'all know Jeff Teague was also still a scout for the Hawks?
Good.
Jay, don't say that.
Listen, he can scout all he wants.
I'm just trying to tell you, Jeff Teague,
general manager,
Elton Brand, Quinn Snyder. Where y'all think these people coming from?
Please don't say that.
They've been bringing
Jeff Teague gonna sell cookies.
Johnson around.
He ain't no scout.
I'm just telling y'all what it is. Nah, T got a good basketball mind. I be listening on my 520. I don't know if y'all listen to 520. Jeff T was basically talking about how like no coach really gets to coach for real. It comes from up top unless you like Pop. It's only like or like Eric Spoelstra.
Right.
You don't get the freedom. He was saying a lot of these owners just do stuff just cause, and he brought up the Hawks. He said like Tony Wrestler and the Hawks. He said he don't really even like basketball. He wasn't really into basketball, but his kids like it.
Right.
Exactly.
Bro,
So it's like
Jay, you just took that right out of my mouth. I was just about to say that.
he said his kids like it, and that's why Nick Wrestler got a new position.
That's why he bought the team.
Lieutenant governor or whatever. So he
That's when you rich, man.
I'm
You
just
say,
trying to
here,
tell y'all,
I'm
now,
not getting you a PlayStation 5. I'm gonna get you a real team.
I want y'all to go look at Nick Wrestler's LinkedIn page, bro. He done had 6 different positions. He just keeps moving up the corporate ladder.
Well, he got moved out today.
I don't know.
No, he didn't, man. They just shifted it.
They just shifted it around. They
got
It's just like Rich McKay. All they did, he graduated up.
Well,
that's it.
He always gonna have a position because his dad owned the team.
But he is alternate. He's alternate governor, as in he is second in command in the entire franchise.
Man,
yeah, exactly,
like,
man.
Dad, we want to go get Giannis. He gonna be like,
that's a title, bro. That's a
so
title.
so the month. I don't think we get Bob Myers.
Listen,
if the wrestlers are still entrenched.
His daddy
if the wrestlers are still entrenched, we're not getting no top line guy, Demond. We're not.
Getting the money, you gotta.
Hey,
hold
on for a minute. Shout out to Cujo for that.
Cujo.
Appreciate the
Best
Cujo.
chef in the business.
Cujo stupid. How much time?
Hey, well, Demond said he can cook better than you down, Cujo.
Yeah, Landry gonna cook. Yeah, he battled other cooks. Yeah. Get him out of here, man. Quinn,
So, Matt, are you a
what did you just say to
Are you a Steeler guy now?
Hey, Matt, TikTok, Quinn on the clock. His ass.
That's the next question is what is
his ass next? I'm gonna get him out of here, man.
Hey, Matt.
They'll probably wait until they get that president
on this team, right? Kobe Buffett
They'll wait
has
until
no
they get that president.
Hey, like I said, y'all watch the next move.
Let's see.
Y'all watch the next move.
If they hired old boy from
Hey,
Toronto, he's staying.
Hey, Demond, Quinn somewhere on Snow White.
Guys.
Y'all ready?
Landry was
taping Elton
Brand
to come in.
Kobe.
Elton Brand a bump. Elton Brand ain't gonna leave nobody front office. I ain't even.
Elton Brand traded for Jimmy Butler and won GM of the year. He traded
and then let Jimmy Butler leave and kept Tobias Harris.
And then let him go because you wanted to pay Ben Simmons. So that was
he's so bad. They had another GM. Why he's still the GM?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, we do that too.
Hey, that franchise ain't been the same since the Ben Simmons signing.
And guess who still got a job in Philly?
Sela. Okay, all right, thank you, Murs. It's Sela. All right, cool. Sela. All right, cool.
Did he put the pronunciation in there?
Yeah. Appreciate that, Murs. Appreciate you, Murs.
See, I can't see it.
Look, all I'm gonna say is,
Elton Brand don't come to the
Appreciate
Hawks.
you, fam.
Elton Brand don't come to the Hawks. Okay.
Like I said, based on this list that I have, based on this list right here, I would take Bobby Marks. Not Bobby Marks. I'll take Bobby Webster. I think
Matt, you are full on board with Phila, right?
I think Bobby Webster would be a great president.
Bob Myers.
I'm gonna be real with y'all. Y'all not gonna like
Matt
it.
just being difficult. He know he won't Bob Myers. Matt just on some bullshit.
I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't be mad if they gave Elton Brand because I think my
God. Listen.
Oh hell no.
You just got out of some bullshit. Now you want to get somebody who proven to lose.
Nah, because I see how like the people they've been hiring know the organization. Like the old players.
Hey, bro, we trusted the process, and the process aged like cheese, bro.
Don't do that.
Hey.
Go get Bob Myers.
What if we get Elton Brand and he brings
I don't think anybody's gonna agree with Jay.
Corporate's done a good job.
I'm going to go on record. I'm going to go on record as saying I don't want Bob Myers.
Okay,
and the reason why.
I'm with you, John.
And the reason why you're not going to find nobody. You're not going to find a tandem like Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. We've already tried that model. We've already done that. It didn't work out.
With who, John?
We did.
We not going.
We did with Travis Schlenk. That's what Travis Schlenk was supposed to be trying to bring here. Golden State East. They're supposed to be trying to bring Golden State East here.
I understand what you're saying.
Kevin Herter, Larry.
It was supposed to be Kevin Herter.
The hell?
Bro,
yes, sir.
Can I say something about the
You need to get a proven winner in this front office.
Not with that system. Not with that system. That system can only work. That system can only work with what you had in Golden State.
John,
I agree with that, John. I agree with that.
John, I'm talking about the president. The president don't install the system. That's the coach and the GM.
That's the coach. Yeah.
I'm talking about the president.
No. Steve Kerr didn't install that system.
He not the president of basketball operations.
He's not a GM either.
Aren't we talking? Wait a minute.
I'm talking about the president. When I say
Bob Myers was able to form a team around Stephen Clay. Even if you can't get Stephen Clay, I understand that. But you get your Iguodala's. You get your Andrew Bogut's. You know what I'm saying? You get your Masses. You get your Draymonds.
But they don't work.
It don't work without
You're
Draymond.
Absolutely right, Larry. But they don't work without Stephen Clay.
It don't work without Draymond. John, it don't work without Draymond too, because he was essentially the point guard for that entire thing and the best defensive player on that team. So it don't work. It doesn't work without Draymond being the point guard.
And he don't even make no decisions in Philly.
Yeah, I know. That's why.
So this what I'm saying. Like,
Murray does it.
I don't want Elton Brand at all.
I don't want Elton Brand either. But
I would love to have Bob Myers.
I mean,
Elton Brand.
But he would have to get Nick Wrestler out of there. You can't get a championship, a dynasty building president of basketball operations. You can't get him if you're still going to interfere like that. That's clown stuff.
I'm telling you, Larry. I think Tony Russell's trying to right his wrong. He learned his lesson. It took him 7 years to learn his lesson. He gonna get a good president, and he gonna be hands off. They'll
have to prove it.
I'm only up.
He's worse than Jerry Jones.
I have absolutely no faith. I have no faith in Tony Russell. I have no faith in
him. He hired the GM already. That was fucking stupid.
Cause man, you did two stupid things, Tony. You did two stupid things. I can't trust you. I can't trust you. If he does it, that president is just about going to have to usurp the whole team away from the owner, because the owner has been screwing up ever since he's owned the team. Like I said, it reminds me of the Atlanta Spirit Group.
Man,
that's what it reminds me of.
Ain't gonna have to strip nothing.
Linda Williams is right. It was supposed to be Cam and Hunter to offset. It wasn't Kevin Herter. We were doing it different. We weren't doing it like Golden State.
Man,
Cam Reddish and DeAndre Hunter.
Yes, they were. No, Linda Williams is wrong.
We about to end the show, y'all. We about to end the show, man. Hey, yo,
Linda Williams is wrong.
No, that's what they were doing.
Listen, everybody who tapped in, man, we appreciate the support, man. Hanging out.
Oh yeah, he been up. Well,
yeah, we've gone 4 hours. Shout out to everybody who
the
tapped
garage
in.
Wore
off. We got like 400 people up in here on Twitter and YouTube. So salute to that.
Shout out to everybody, man.
On YouTube, make sure y'all hit that like button. If you didn't hit it on the way in, hit it on the way out.
Yes, sir.
And these Atlanta sports teams are good for content.
Listen to your boy, Hawk fan. Today should be a day of celebration. Okay. And great times. Okay. I feel sorry for my guy Matt. looking like a little puppy up there. Jay,
hey, I ain't sad.
Jay, man.
I ain't sad. GM's come and go. That's what I'm saying. Let's go ahead and get Elton Brand, president of basketball.
Oh Lord, hell no. All right, gang. Salute. We gonna holler at y'all, man.
I keep that shit on me. That shit on, yeah. I keep that shit on. Yeah. The telephone racks for the drip on me. Keep that shit on. Blowing on the Zion, sipping lean. I keep that shit on. Bad bitches recognize me. I keep the shit on.